Meet Ghislaine. We are about to see how this spoiled noble becomes a legend. His family of ruined nobles, the maids, and everyone in the mansion absolutely fear him, and honestly, for good reason. Known as a cursed trash with a horrible personality, he was despised by everyone. Eventually, the hate was so intense that Ghislaine ran away before they could kick him out. He became a mercenary, carving out an epic reputation. Over the years, he grew so powerful that he was feared as one of the 7 greats of the continent. As an adult, Ghislaine realized he had been a fool and that his family was right. So he returned to his kingdom to beg for forgiveness. But what did he find? His entire family and kingdom had been completely destroyed by betrayal. Years later, after a massive war between kingdoms ended, Ghislaine was finally defeated in a chaotic battlefield. The noble swordsman Eden coldly told Ghislaine that the war was finally over. As for his final words, Ghislaine simply regretted never getting his revenge. As Eden prepared to deliver the killing blow, he laughed and called him incredibly arrogant. Now watch closely. Eden suddenly asks him about the boy who ran away after his sister died. Ghislaine demanded to know how Eden found out, and Eden confessed he was exhausted from trying to dig up his past, revealing they conspired with the dolphin family to destroy the Purdiums. Hearing this, Ghislaine was completely stunned. He realized with absolute horror that the dolphin family were not the only masterminds behind his family's ruin. Eden dismissed the talk as useless, knowing Ghislaine was going to die right then anyway. Blinding rage consumed Ghislaine like never before. But Eden ultimately struck down the legendary mercenary king right then and there. But instead of dying, Ghislaine felt a strange sensation in his body. He was turning young again, as past memories flashed by, especially of his sister, who died early when he was still a useless rebel. Suddenly, Ghislaine woke up in a room. Staring at his hand, he knew he had just died. His body ached so intensely, he actually thought staying dead would have been much better. Right at that moment, the door burst open, and someone walked in. The maid was absolutely thrilled to see him awake, but when Ghislaine saw Belinda, he completely froze in sheer disbelief. She cried that she had been terrified, and he should have let soldiers fight the orcs. But he abruptly ran over and hugged her tight. Shocked, she timidly asked if she did something wrong. Belinda was Ghislaine's personal tutor, the only one who endured his tantrums. But after his family's fall, she vanished, and he never saw her again. Honestly, you and I can understand her confusion, since they see each other every single day. Ghislaine felt he had to confess. He warned her that a disaster would soon strike the mansion, leaving her stunned, but he had more to say. Ghislaine explained he returned to life after dying, but Belinda joked that he must have taken a hard hit from those orcs. She then teased if he knew that the real disaster was hitting him, not the estate. She scolded his recklessness, but he remained calm. She then asked what would happen if his injuries kept him from attending the festival. Hearing this, he froze. Belinda reminded him that Elena was desperately looking forward to Ghislaine taking her to the festival. The maid saw this as the perfect chance for the siblings to finally bond. Ghislaine remembered the festival held during this season. In his past life, amidst all his Celtic rebellion, he had completely missed enjoying it with her. When he asked about the timing, she answered that it was in about 1 week. This got him thinking deeply. Suddenly, someone else stepped into the room, making him turn toward a familiar voice. Ghislaine felt utterly dazed. His life was plagued by inescapable tragic memories, and in exactly 1 week, his sister was destined to die. Seeing her, Ghislaine rushed over and hugged her tight, leaving Belinda utterly shocked. Elena was startled, assuming her brother was playing some cruel joke. But Ghislaine simply whispered how much he had truly missed her. She firmly pushed him away, complaining that he was really creeping her out. Feeling the squeeze, Ghislaine wondered if she was always this strong. Elena sighed, stating this would not change the bad blood between them. Ghislaine did not understand initially. It turned out he had recently said some incredibly harsh things to her, and Elena was still deeply hurt. Ghislaine felt stunned. They were never close in his past. Realizing his mistakes, he offered an apology. The girls think he is just concussed, but stick with me because he is about to prove he actually crushed those orcs himself. Alright, you and I are jumping into a story where a sudden sharp pain cuts off his scream, prompting Elena to joke that this is why they dragged him back to the mansion, completely unconscious. The girls burst into loud laughter. For a second, Ghislaine just watched them in silence. Then he smiled, because the people right in front of him were exactly how he remembered them. In his past life, he had refused to go to the festival, using a failed trip as a lazy excuse. That was the last time he ever saw his sister. Later on, she tragically vanished, along with her bodyguards. Ghislaine blamed himself entirely for not being there to protect her. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts them. Two guards enter looking for Elena, apologizing for the intrusion, explaining that she is urgently needed to oversee the festival preparations. Ghislaine asks why on earth they wanted Elena doing that. Belinda explained that since they were incredibly short-staffed, even Elena had to pitch in sometimes. Looking at his sister, he realized his past self simply had not cared enough to notice. Suddenly, he offered to help her out. Elena spun around in absolute shock. The girls were now fully convinced that Ghislaine had taken a serious blow to the head. Their exit was incredibly noisy. Elena flat out rejected his help because honestly, nobody wanted to walk anywhere near him. Ghislaine figured out that Elena's body would be found far from the festival, meaning someone must have dragged her there. To stop that, watch closely. He had to find every entrance and exit of the castle. Suddenly, he heard approaching footsteps. The moment Ghislaine saw the man, he recognized him instantly. An old man stood panting before him. Fergus, the loyal old-timer, explained. He rushed over the second he heard about the disaster that hit the unit. Elena complained that Ghislaine was acting weird, so Fergus should probably just take the boy back. So Ghislaine had to accept the harsh reality that gathering information would be a slow process. Afterward, he asked the old man to guide him to an abandoned training ground. When asked why, the young man calmly replied they were going to train, leaving Fergus utterly shocked by his words. Once he led the boy to the right spot, Ghislaine stood stunned. The place was actually better than he imagined. It was the perfect training ground, one he had never managed to find during his long mercenary years. The old man mentioned they kept maintaining the area because he was certain Ghislaine's struggles would eventually pass with time. Suddenly, Ghislaine realized that Fergus had always been this kind and loyal, even in his past life. Reflecting on this, the young man grew quiet. You and I know he wants a long life, but his words made Fergus feel like the kid had already experienced that. Ghislaine joked sarcastically that he actually did die and transmigrate. Fergus laughed it off as a joke and Ghislaine waved goodbye. Ghislaine realized he had always pushed people away, but in truth he had simply been blind to their care. But now he knew he had exactly 1 week before everything started to crash down. They discovered a neighboring lord was behind Elena's murder, dragging the Purdium territory into a devastating war they ultimately lost. Ghislaine knew Elena's death triggered the entire tragedy, so he resolved to change fate right here and now. He decided to start by whipping his weak body into shape, despite the incredibly short deadline. Still, Ghislaine needed to unlock his mana pathways. After all, mana was the supernatural force that allowed humans to surpass their absolute limits. Awakening and channeling mana was a brutal task for anyone, but Ghislaine could do it, even during a chaotic battle. All he had to do was sense the ambient mana particles and pull them into a single point. For a veteran who had survived tens of thousands of battles, creating a mana core was child's play. But raw talent alone was not what made Ghislaine one of the absolute strongest. It was also thanks to a secret technique from a book he found, which allowed him to form 3 interconnected mana cores. While this could rapidly restore his lost power, Ghislaine's current physical frame could barely handle the sheer strain. In his past life, he could easily manifest 5 cores, but right now, 3 was his absolute limit. This method guaranteed a rapid surge in power, but the cost was an enormous drain on his mana reserves. This fatal flaw was why Eden defeated him in his past life, striking him down when his mana was empty. The technique was highly unstable, but for now it would have to do for Ghislaine. With youth and time on his side, he was determined to sever Idun's head and obliterate the dolphin family. He was going to wipe them all out. Trust me, when he showed up fully armed at the festival a week later, Elena was left completely speechless. Alright, you and I are about to see a brother forced to attend a festival as his family's sole representative. Elena quickly noticed his dramatic changes, already knowing he had been secretly training like crazy all week. Ghislaine asked what was wrong with the family's traditional training, but Elena reminded him he used to hate it. Ghislaine was taken aback when she casually mentioned he wanted to become the new lord without any ceremony. Flash of a smile. Elena assured him that these positive changes only made her incredibly happy. She even felt like the old Ghislaine had finally returned, leaving the young man completely speechless and stunned. Truth was, he discovered something huge this week. His altered behavior was already shifting both the present and the future. While major historical events remained fixed, he could not predict how his minor actions would ripple outward. He was forced to weaponize his future knowledge, crafting the most absolute effective plan for every coming crisis. He silently braced himself for what was about to unfold next. He spent the entire night wandering with Elena as she sampled local street food, basically dragged along wherever she wanted to go. Elena loved every second, even though the annual festival had actually started to become boring over the years. Still, Ghislaine noted that nothing bad had happened yet, even though the celebration was almost over. Suddenly, whispers reached his ears. Approaching nights claimed some exciting new entertainment had just popped up nearby. Elena eagerly agreed to check it out, but right then, Ghislaine realized exactly who was pulling the strings. Watch closely, turns out his family harbored snakes. Philip and Jamal enjoyed absolute unconditional trust, having fiercely protected Elena since the very day she was born. Soon the knights escorted Elena to the promised spot, only to find absolutely nothing waiting for them there. Elena was genuinely stunned that anyone could find entertainment in such a miserable, rundown alley. Jamal urged patience, promising everyone would arrive shortly, but Elena grew furious at the thought of waiting in such a sketchy place. Paying them almost no attention, Ghislaine was completely lost in his own thoughts. It seemed like a normal alleyway at first, but hidden barricades completely blocked all escape routes. His deep thoughts were suddenly broken by his sister's sharp voice. Jamal begged Elena to stay, but she grabbed Ghislaine, ready to walk out. Her brother was actually shocked by how incredibly strong she was. Staring directly at Ghislaine, Elena failed to notice a figure blocking their path and crashed right into him. Philip pleaded with her to wait, but his unnerving expression terrified the girl. She backed away, calling the knights creepy and demanding to know what was wrong with them. Nyamar claimed they meant no harm, smoothly adding that they simply had a small favor to ask of her. Chills ran down Elena's spine. At that exact moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness ahead. Flanked by two masked thugs, Frank walked out and smugly remarked that the entire job was clean just as expected. Jamal snapped back that they delivered their end, so it was time to finalize the transaction. You and I both saw this coming. Frank instantly spots Ghislaine and yells that he never hired this guy. Jamal shrugged him off, calling Ghislaine a useless extra who merely tagged along. Cutting in, Ghislaine coldly asked Jamal why he thought he could sell them out so easily. The Rogue Knight scoffed, telling Ghislaine to worry about himself since they were about to run. He confessed he was sick of this pathetic wasteland, claiming that everyone fled these lands anyway. Sick of the traitor's voice, Ghislaine lunged forward with a lethal surprise strike. Blood sprayed from his mouth as Jamal let out a choked, dying gasp. The sudden brutal attack left the entire group frozen in shock. As the traitor's body was sliced in half, Ghislaine muttered that at least the bandits did not sell out their allies, slowly turning his gaze toward Philip. Petrified, the knight grabbed Elena, frantically reaching for his blade, but Ghislaine was lightning fast, unleashing a deadly blow that ended him instantly. With his final breath, he gasped in pure disbelief before his lifeless body collapsed hard onto the cold stone. The remaining bandits muttered in panic, swearing the eldest Purdium's son was supposed to be a weakling. But their leader was absolutely certain that the monster before them was indeed Ghislaine. The two traitorous knights were utterly distracted, but Ghislaine's martial prowess was already on another level. As Elena trembles, demanding answers, Ghislaine ignores her. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's jump right in. With one swift, brutal move, he knocks his sister out, catches her, and gently lays her down. As they thank him for doing their dirty work, Ghislaine finally turns around. The leader claims they wanted those knights gone anyway, mocking the rumors about Ghislaine. Then the bandit sneers, suggesting the kid has been holding back his true powers all along. Ghislaine draws his blade, demanding to know what any of this has to do with them. Readying himself, he quickly notes there are only 3 enemies left. The two thugs behind him are absolute jokes, but the leader, he is radiating massive mana. Because of this, Ghislaine decides it's best to take him down fast. But first, he demands to know who ordered the hit, but the bandit just laughs. Dead men tell no tales. Ghislaine isn't shocked by the trash talk, but now he is fully determined to beat the truth out of him. The leader orders his men to capture the young master alive, but tells them to break his limbs, leaving him completely helpless and driven to madness. With a creepy grin, the man says, "Pain is the only way to forge a masterpiece. Now pay attention here, because the moment the order drops, those two thugs charge straight ahead." Facing them, Ghislaine stays dead silent, ready to move with crazy speed. As they rush him, he tosses a small object. The bandit instantly recognizes the firecracker, but before he can react, a heavy blow smashes his face. Slicing through the spark, Ghislaine buries his blade deep into the guy's face. Suddenly, the other thug lunges from his blind spot. The blade swings down, but Ghislaine blocks it like a pro. The moment their swords lock, Ghislaine twists the thug's arm, disarms him completely, and spins away with the stolen weapon. In a flash, he swings his blade and takes the bandit's head clean off. But right mid-swing, a sharp whistle cuts through the air from above. With his men dead, the leader finally jumps in, but Ghislaine senses the threat and parries the sudden drop attack. The boss is baffled, How on earth did this kid block a strike coming directly from his blind spot? Spinning around, Ghislaine goes on the offensive. Still dazed by his own confusion, the man misses the lightning-fast slash aimed right at his neck. His neck is sliced and his pipe is cut in two. Yet the boss keeps his sword swinging forward. Sensing the little danger, the boy barely blocks the blow. Now the bandit has to admit Ghislaine is tough. Without mana, his head would be rolling on the floor. Ghislaine figures the guy must have instantly hardened his body with mana to survive that throat slash. The boss has no idea where this kid got such insane skills, but watch closely because he is dead set on making sure Ghislaine never leaves this place alive. Suddenly, dark mana begins to flare up all around the man. As he lunges, he mocks Ghislaine's pathetic mana reserves, already testing a bloody victory. But the second those arrogant words leave his mouth, a cold smirk plays on Ghislaine's face. Seeing that smile, the leader freezes in sheer shock. With fluid crest, the boy ducks parries the heavy blade and exploits the opening to deliver a brutal kick to his chest. The impact sends the bandit flying back several meters. Even so, he clings to his belief that Ghislaine's low mana makes him weak. But the very moment he stops boasting, fresh blood spurts from his neck. Choking on pain, the man drops to his knees. The kick was not even hard, but it somehow shattered his defensive mana shroud completely. Stepping slowly toward him, Ghislaine admits he never suspected a massive conspiracy behind his sister's tragedy. Now his rage is boiling over to find the mastermind, and he is fully prepared to end the boss right here. Sensing a sudden monstrous wave of energy, the bandit panics, but his thoughts shatter as the young master bursts forward with little intent. Even in his fear, he has to admit this kid is incredibly fast. Desperately, he barely deflects Ghislaine's relentless storm of slashes, keeping the fight alive. But then, Ghislaine unleashes an absolute game ender. With raw power, he slams both swords down against the bandit's weapon. The sheer force makes the man's hands tremble from just trying to block. Cracks slowly spiderweb across his blade. He has never seen someone release such a terrifying flood of pure mana. It is as if Ghislaine has suddenly transformed into a completely different monster. With one final thunderous strike, Ghislaine shatters the man's sword to pieces. The strike hits dead on, dealing a fatal wound as blood gushes out. And trust me, you and I know this furious beast is far from done. Stick with me, we are diving right in. As his blade pierces the thief. Helpless now, the man screams in agony from the deep pools, but Ghislaine simply presses his hand hard against the thief's throat and shoves him backward. Then he calmly invites the man to keep talking. Without even flinching, Ghislaine demands to know who ordered this hit, but the thief refuses to break and pulls out a hidden knife. His actual target was Ghislaine all along, not the sleeping Elena. Determined to take Ghislaine down with him, he tries to throw the dagger, but his hand instantly freezes, trapped by a sudden spell. Ghislaine calmly offers him a deal. He promises to sheath his blade if the guy stops playing games and just answers his questions. The thief immediately recognizes these threats as mana, with no clue when they were even conjured. Turns out, Ghislaine had been prepping this spell from the very beginning. Gripping his weapon, the thief sneers at Ghislaine, mocking that a powerful warrior like him should easily heal his own wounds. Now pay attention, everything ends if his mana core gets destroyed. Hearing that, the thief freezes in terror. Sharp pain rips through him as a massive crack begins spreading across his body. What truly terrifies him is his rapidly fading mana. He warns that one wrong move will unleash that energy to annihilate everything in its path. Ghislaine just coughs, muttering that only amateurs would die, while he always finds a way. The thief instantly realizes Ghislaine is not bluffing. Looking into those cold eyes, he sees his own death staring back. Petrified, he betrays the Count, the very man who ordered Elena's execution. He confesses this was Count Desmond's twisted scheme to spark a war, but Ghislaine remains completely unfazed. In his past life, all the dirty work always fell on the Duke's allied families. Ghislaine asks if that is why they wanted Elena. The man nods, but Ghislaine just drives the blade deeper, making him cough violently. The dying man gasps, asking why Ghislaine broke their agreement. Ghislaine lets out a chilling low laugh, mocking how the thief happily slaughtered others, but turned into a total coward when facing his own end. The thief is left utterly stunned, hearing nothing but cold laughter in response. He warns that his death changes nothing, and the regrets are already dealt with. But let's pause here, because Ghislaine silences him to explain something mind-blowing. Our main character laughs, declaring he was reborn after death, and this time everything will be completely different. The second he finishes speaking, he triggers another wave of excruciating pain inside the man. Just like he predicted, the mana violently explodes, leaving Ghislaine completely untouched. Gasping for breath, he turns around. There lies Elena fast asleep on the cold floor. Tossing his sword aside, Ghislaine throws his head back with a heavy sigh. But suddenly, warm blood surges up his throat, forcing him to his knees as he vomits violently. He curses. His power had never backfired like this before. Staring at the door, he vows he won't give up, no matter the cost. Bursting inside, he is greeted by a bloody massacre and another lifeless body. Ghislaine walks straight toward it, already expecting this. If the thief's words were true, he knows exactly who this poor soul is. Lying before him is the son of Degret. Examining the corpses, he realizes they were all murdered to be framed as Elena's killers. But once these deaths are discovered, a brutal war will break out. So Ghislaine decides to burn all the evidence. After setting the building ablaze, Ghislaine grabs his sister and escapes. But as they flee, a mysterious shadow watches them and quickly reports back. Soon enough, the enemy faction realizes their mission failed. The failed thieves are mocked, but the spy desperately tries to explain himself. He explains that Ghislaine himself stopped the assassination. Hearing his name, the bosses scoff, thinking the kid is totally useless. Suddenly, another voice argues that everyone knows Ghislaine is a weakling, so that excuse holds no water. But the spy quickly objects, insisting that Ghislaine is absolutely nothing like the rumors. The rumors are completely wrong, and the spy even suspects there might be a different soul inside the boy. He quickly shifts the topic to Degridov, claiming it will still be easy to spark a territorial war. The spy begs for another chance, but the leaders dismiss him as garbage. Suddenly, an imposing voice silences the entire room. The mysterious man asks what kind of chance the thief deserves, promising he will personally eliminate Ghislaine. He claims he will fight Ghislaine alone, and trust me, you do not want to miss his secret weapon. Stick with me, we are diving straight into trouble. With Ken Lodes, a legendary swordsman whose rivalry with his cousin Ghislaine is about to spark absolute chaos. Everyone gasped in shock, but kept dead silent. Only the most powerful man in the room dared to speak up. He coldly warned that if the thief failed again, it would be his absolute last chance. Arriving at the training grounds, Fergus wanted to grab some lunch, but suddenly, a blinding light flashed before his eyes. A mysterious glow wrapped around the sword leaning on the wall, dragging it right into the middle of the room. Ghislaine caught the flying blade with ease, swinging it around and testing its balance with a satisfied smirk. But right at that moment, he realized someone else had slipped into the room. Fergus quickly apologized for interrupting him, but then blurted out, demanding to know how Gislen performed such a crazy trick. Wondering what the old man meant, Gislen shrugged and decided to show off his skill one more time. He explained that his mana threads basically acted like a magnetic pull, dragging objects to him. Normally, manipulating these threads took massive effort, but if he used just one thread while conserving his mana, he could easily reach that god-like level again. Fergus admitted he thought he knew everything about master-level mana training, but this was unreal. He couldn't believe Gislen went from using 0 mana to mastering these mind-blowing techniques. But then, he suddenly remembered some crucial news he had to share right away. Bowing deeply, the old man sincerely thanked Gislen for saving Elena's life. But the young lord just waved it off, saying he only did what had to be done. Elena admitted that absolutely nobody believed her when she said Gislen had rescued her. So she begged her brother to tell the truth, but he refused without a second thought. Belinda was absolutely livid about what those two knights did, though she always suspected they were incredibly shady characters. Gislen knew Elena was hiding plenty of secrets, but he was just glad he managed to delay the war for now. He couldn't stop them alone. He needed a real army. Just then, a maid walked in carrying a tray of food. He kept brainstorming how to gain more power and build his forces. But his train of thought shattered when a single piece of bread slammed down before him. Staring at the sad slice, Gislen sarcastically asked Belinda if they were actually serving him dessert so early in the day. But she bluntly reminded him that their territory was totally broke. Now pay close attention, because a furious voice suddenly starts demanding compensation. An angry merchant was screaming for damages after the sudden festival cancellation. But he wasn't alone out there. An entire mob of furious citizens stood behind him, convinced that the Count's family was secretly swimming in gold. Gislen peered through the window, completely shocked by the sheer madness unfolding below. Belinda sighed, confessing she knew this disaster was coming, since local merchants depended heavily on the festivals, having made a fortune last year. But shutting down after just one day left those greedy traders absolutely out for blood. You feel his panic, right? The situation was spiraling fast. Realizing things would only get uglier, he immediately ordered Fergus and his guards to go out and quiet the angry mob. The old man just smiled weakly, explaining that they literally had 0 soldiers left, since most of them went deep into the forest to hunt down some rogue orcs. Their borders were a non-stop war zone, constantly squeezed between brutal foreign invaders and a terrifying monster-infested forest. Gislen was completely speechless. No army, no funds, absolutely nothing. He pulled Belinda aside, arguing that since she managed the treasury, she should have paid off the merchants to avoid this chaos. But she bluntly replied that they had 0 coins left. Smiling, she reminded him that the Count banned Gislen from touching any funds after he recklessly wasted their fortune before. After a moment of stunned silence, Gislen finally realized he was absolutely 100% broke. He desperately tried to borrow from Belinda, but she was completely dry too. Staring at his empty plate, Gislen realized they truly had nothing left to lose at this point. Even with his knowledge of the future, he was totally helpless. But as he brooded, panic-stricken footsteps rushed toward his door. A panicked knight burst in, screaming at the top of his lungs. Gislen jumped up, demanding to know what happened, and Ricardo gasped out that Khan was here, demanding to see him. Hearing that name, Gislen's eyes widened. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he can survive this clash. Alright, let's jump in. Skoban took the brunt of that brutal beating, leaving Kane's hands completely soaked in his blood. but completely ignoring it, he kept beating the knight mercilessly. The impact was so devastating that it literally crushed Skoban's armor. Skoban was already half dead when Gislen finally arrived. Spotting the young master, the broken knight trembled in relief or sheer agony, but Gislen was completely shocked by what Cain had done to his men. Hearing the familiar voice, the young lord looked away from Skoban. There stood Cain, towering over him with a massive build. Locking eyes, Cain smirked and offered a greeting, which Gislen returned with a cold, dry nod. Honestly, he remembered Cain's face all too well. He was the heir to the Lodge lands, their long-standing allies. Even back when they were kids, Cain was already a monstrous warrior. In those days, Cain passed as Gislen's sole friend, but they were actually bitter rivals. Slowly, Cain stepped closer. Gislen turned and demanded Ricardo explain what the hell happened. The commander explained they got reports of a massive tavern brawl, only to find Cain demanding to know if the wild rumors about Gislen were actually true. But before the commander could finish, Cain cut him off, absolutely furious that Skoban had dared to lie straight to his face. Ricardo finished by saying that's how things spiraled into this bloody mess. Cain sneered, saying, "Truth matters, especially regarding Gislen's orc chaos." Watch closely here. Cain decided a brutal lesson was in order. Yet he pinned all the blame on Gislen for spreading those rumors. Gislen kept his mouth shut. After all, he remembered how Cain always treated him like a loyal little lackey. Whenever Cain raised hell, nobody dared to speak up because Gislen was always submissive. Nobody disrespected Cain, especially not the old Gislen, who was completely consumed by his own inferiority. Back then, Cain's arrogant attitude was praised as perfect for an heir. Gislen let out a soft chuckle, remembering how he was criticized instead. All this time, Cain stared at him, laughing as he remembered how easily Gislen used to scream at any minor threat. In truth, Cain was shocked when they ordered him to assassinate Gislen, but the reward massive family backing, Cain knew he couldn't just murder another heir openly, as it would cause a massive scandal. So they advised him to challenge Gislen to a duel and make it look like a tragic accident. A golden opportunity. Cain never expected an order to assassinate his own blood, but with zero hesitation, he prepared to strike. He figured they wanted Gislen dead because of his sudden strange transformation. Cain laughed at the thought. Grinning, he asked Gislen what his plans were. Since he was here, Cain demanded his cousin serve him up some proper entertainment. Since they ruined the festival, Cain suggested they spice things up. After all, he was absolutely certain they both shared the exact same definition of fun. Gislen paused, completely lost for a second, trying to process what this guy was actually talking about. Then it hit him. Cain always demanded premium alcohol and girls whenever he visited. Now pay attention to this twist. The old Gislen paid to avoid a beating, but now he remembered Belinda's words, and a genius plan hit him like a lightning bolt. Gislen realized his ultimate goldmine had walked right into his lap, and he was looking directly at Cain. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious bark shattered his train of thought. Cain ordered him to fetch the tribute already. Gislen agreed, but with one major condition. First, he wanted Cain to settle his debts. Thoroughly confused, Cain smirked and asked what debts. Gislen coolly replied that with interest, Cain owed him exactly 1,000 gold coins. Cain scoffed, reminding him they were supposed to be buddies, but Gislen shot back that Cain only used him as a doormat. He demanded the cash immediately, or he would beat it out of him. Instantly, the tension flared to a boiling point. Ricardo stood frozen, unable to comprehend why Gislen was openly provoking this monster. Stepping up, Kane growled that Gislen was dead wrong to act so cocky, reminding him that rumors do not equal real power. Clenching his massive fist, he snarled that everyone knew Gislen was still the same useless, loudmouth loser. With that, Kane lunged forward to crush him, but Gislen stood there completely unbothered. He slipped the punch effortlessly. Kane threw another wild strike, but hit nothing but thin air. Exploiting the opening, Gislen buried a savage blow right into Kane's ribs, leaving the giant completely dazed. Gislen kicked again, but Kane barely blocked it. Trust me, you and I are about to see one legendary showdown. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild trap today. Suddenly, a man collapsed, screaming in agony, while a thief rushed over. Gislen snapped at him to stop whining since he clearly saw Kane had blocked the strike. Leave it at what the guy did. The man angrily ordered Gislen to stay out of his way. As the crowd started murmuring about the commotion, Gislen smiled. He finally figured out what Khan was plotting. Khan whispered, asking if his acting was on point. The man nodded, agreeing. They did an awesome job faking the chaos Gislen set off. Then Khan reached for something. He knew completing this favor would guarantee him some powerful support. Plus, it was the perfect chance to finally destroy Purdium. Khan pulled a glove from his pocket to demand a duel, but before he could even finish, another blow smacked him right in the face. Gislen had challenged him first. Khan froze, completely stunned by this unexpected move. Gislen declared that Khan dared to humiliate him publicly and even hit innocent people. Would Khan deny it? Silence fell. Khan knew his cousin was dumb, but he did not expect him to dig his own grave. Drawing his blade, he warned Gislen not to regret this. But his opponent stood calm and unfazed. Suddenly, Gislen turned around to face Ricardo. He told Ricardo to gather all the merchants and assure them that their stolen money would be found very soon. Canceling the festival had put everyone in a bad mood, but people still had high hopes and cash to burn. Now watch closely, because Gislen knew a solid show would calm everyone down. The fierce duel began before the massive crowd. Naturally, people immediately started placing bets. Khan was furious that Gislen turned their duel into a cheap circus, warning him that his word would not stop even if he started begging for mercy. The guy just stayed quiet, but behind that silence, Kane's real goal was becoming obvious. Gislen suggested they get started since a massive crowd had gathered, but someone suddenly cut them off. A man shouted that the betting pool was unfair, leaving the entire crowd completely shocked. The bookie agreed, pointing out that not a single soul had bet on Gislen. Unsurprisingly, Gislen did not care. Meanwhile, the crowd started demanding that at least someone back the underdog. Khan smirked, mocking how Gislen was totally worthless. So they decided to bet on how many seconds he would survive. Then a surprise wager landed. The defeated Skoban bet on Gislen. Gislen smiled at the gesture, and then another heavy pouch slammed onto the table behind him. And yeah, you saw that too, right? Elena and Belinda arrived, leaving Gislen and the entire crowd utterly stunned. They told Elena that was enough, and Belinda anxiously tried to hold her back. The thief looked disgusted walking past, while Khan grew highly irritated by all this waiting. As the duel finally began, Gislen teased that since he was older, he should not strike first. With that, he unsheathed his sword and assumed his stance, casually telling Khan to make the first move. Staring at Gislen, Khan frowned and spat that his cousin was a bit late to act like a wise elder. In a flash, Khan lunged, but his cousin blocked it. Khan sneered that Gislen had fallen incredibly low just to save his own skin. Khan's incredibly heavy strike forced Gislen completely off balance. Khan unleashed rapid attacks, but Gislen swiftly ducked. Khan tried to land a brutal kick but missed entirely, hitting nothing but thin air. Watching this, the spectators became convinced that Gislen would not survive a single clean hit. Khan chuckled at the crowd's praise, while Gislen merely watched him and raised a curious eyebrow. Belinda was terrified, praying they would stop the match, while the thief smirked, convinced Gislen was doomed. Khan held a massive physical advantage. Once Gislen ran out of breath, Khan would instantly land his finishing blow. This exact strategy had secured Khan his legendary victories in every past battle. Mid-class, Khan realized Gislen's skills had actually improved. Reacting quickly, he spun his sword and grabbed the weapon by its blade. Gislen blocked the sudden attack, but Khan immediately yanked the sword back toward his chest. Still holding on, Gislen was dragged forward, and with a burst of strength, Khan launched him high into the air. The crowd gasped in absolute suspense at the sight, while Ricardo panicked for the young man. Meanwhile, the thief cheered his fall. "Stick with me for the next chapter. Stick with me. You are about to watch Gislen plummet to the earth." Yet, he stays freakishly calm under pressure. He lands smoothly and declares he was going easy, but now Khan has officially crossed the line. With one blinding flash, Gislen closes the distance. He strikes, but Khan barely manages to raise a block. Actually, he can't even track Gislen's high-speed movements anymore. Even the bandit stands, dazed as Gislen regains his footing, channeling pure mana into his legs. The young man exhales slowly. He points out that Khan is utterly trashed with weapons, relying entirely on raw brainless strength. And so Gislen decides to open his eyes. Hearing this insolence, Khan explodes in absolute fury. Mocking what a weakling could possibly do, Khan swings his massive club again. Gislen spins, delivering a devastating heavy kick. He uses Khan's arm as a springboard, vaulting high into the sky. He twists mid-air, aiming directly for his throat. Enraged Khan lunges forward, desperate to impale him with his sword. But Gislen reacts instantly, effortlessly dodging the blade. Watch closely. He stomps down, locking Khan in place, and drives his sword hand forward in a devastating strike, right into Khan's exposed neck. For a brief moment, Gislen calmly watches his rifle before blood begins spraying from Khan's multiple fresh wounds. The crowd erupts instantly, utterly shocked by how this fight is turning out. Elena proudly asks Belinda if she saw that masterpiece. Scoven lets out a quiet chuckle, but the boss bandit is furious. Khan realizes the cuts aren't deep, even though Gislen clearly had the power to end him right there. He just can't comprehend when Gislen became such a lethal master swordsman. A tense silence falls between them. Gislen stares down his opponent, but then to Khan's absolute bewilderment, he tosses his sword aside. He casually announced the power gap is too small, so he will finish this with his bare hands. Of course, this drives Khan insane with rage, but Gislen insists he needs this chance to teach him a lesson. His fist will do just fine. I know what you're thinking. Why fight barehanded? Well, Gislen wants to humiliate him by giving Khan the weapon advantage. He even bets 2,000 gold coins on his own victory. The crowd begins muttering as the duel takes a truly bizarre turn. The bandit leader is baffled. In secret though, he is thrilled that Gislen is basically digging his own grave. Right then, they start taking extra side bets on the fight. The whispers grow louder. Most put their money on Khan, but a few brave souls decide to back Gislen. As for Khan, he just finds this highly amusing. Accepting the dare, he rips off his cloak in a dramatic flourish, keeping his sword as he charges. Belinda curses and starts screaming her support. At that exact second, Khan throws a heavy punch. The young master just chuckles at his opponent's complete lack of common sense. He slipped past the blade with total ease, while Khan readies a follow-up kick. But reacting instantly, Ghislaine shifts his stance with lightning speed, slamming a hard fist directly into Khan's leg before preparing to strike him yet again. And boom! His fist connects solidly with Khan's chin. Khan stumbles back in agonizing pain, crashing to the dirt. He cannot fathom where Ghislaine learned to fight like this. The crowd goes wild as more and more people start believing in Ghislaine's victory. Meanwhile, the young man tells Khan to get up because this beating is far from over. Losing all patience, Khan scrambles up and charges like a rabid beast. He swings his sword wildly, but Ghislaine expertly dodges every single strike with absolute mastery. In the heat of battle, Khan simply cannot understand why. Just a short while ago, Ghislaine would not even dare to look at him, but now he is dominating the fight. Twisting Khan's arm, Ghislaine drives a brutal knee strike into his ribs. Khan is severely injured, but he still believes he must kill Ghislaine for his family's future. Yet he is helpless, taking blow after punishing blow. Before long, he is completely broken, shaking in intense pain. Ghislaine steps closer and grabs him by the hair. Out of nowhere, the young man whispers that he actually feels sorry for Khan's father. He remembers how, thanks to their close friendship, Khan's father had rescued the Purdium family when they were facing serious life-threatening trouble. But Ghislaine points out that Khan lacks those honorable values. Hearing this, Khan freezes in utter shock. And that's where we leave it, as he remembers how everyone tried to stop his father from helping the Purdiums. Alright, you and I are jumping into a story where doing the right thing gets you nothing but trouble. When the boy begged his father not to go, the older man simply paused. He asked why his father insisted on helping when everyone warned him against it. But his father turned in silence, saying he simply considered Ghislaine's dad a true friend. Remembering that conversation completely froze Khan in his tracks. Right then, the thug went to strike him again. Khan closed his eyes, bracing for the impact, but nothing hit. Only his opponent's shocked voice rang out. The cocky young noble figured Khan had finally learned his place. Khan stared at the outstretched hand for a moment, hung his head and quietly muttered that he admitted defeat. The opponent was left utterly stunned by this. The crowd erupted in wild cheers for Ghislaine's victory, and his family was absolutely thrilled by the sudden triumph. Screaming King's name, the furious beggar lunged straight at him. He was raging because he had put all his trust in King, only for him to throw the fight. But Khan just told him to get lost and walked away. The angry man screamed that King was a total coward. Right then, Ghislaine stepped up from behind and called him out. Now watch closely here, because Ghislaine is about to make a move that completely blindsides this greedy fool. Ghislaine announced to the entire crowd that the man had just volunteered to pay for everyone's meat and drinks. Hearing this, the man lost his mind, furiously shouting that he never agreed to such a thing and demanding Ghislaine take it back immediately. But Ghislaine simply leaned in and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. He whispered that this was the price of losing, and it did not even count toward the actual bet. Ghislaine reminded him about the 2,000 gold coins he still owed, and then dropped a chilling hint about what happens to runners. Faced with the terrifying Ghislaine, the man broke and agreed to pay. Only then did the young master let him go. By the next day, Ghislaine had the cash. He wanted to hire a mercenary squad, but realizing how long it would take to save up enough, he abandoned the plan. Suddenly, Belinda and Elena burst right into his room. Ghislaine asked what they wanted. Elena sarcastically wondered what he was planning to spend all that gold on. When her brother asked if she needed something, Elena casually replied that she was just curious. Belinda chimed in, saying it was totally obvious. She teased that Lady Emilia's birthday was coming up very soon, and Ghislaine probably wanted to buy her an expensive gift. I know what you are thinking, a fiancé. Well, Ghislaine is just as shocked as we are, so he asked them directly. Belinda thought he was playing dumb, but Elena clarified that she meant Count Rivolt's beautiful daughter. This left the young master even more stunned. But then a dark realization finally clicked in his mind. Emilia was loved by the public for her gentle heart and charity work. But in the future, she would lead a rebellion and become the dreaded witch of the north. She was also a key player in the plot to destroy the entire Ghislaine family. Just thinking about this treacherous snake made him absolutely furious. He asked when his father would return, and was told it would take about a week. Ghislaine knew that was plenty of time. He announced he was visiting the Rivolts, leaving Belinda utterly confused. Since the birthday was still weeks away, he just said he was going to collect a debt. Meanwhile, Emilia's daily routine went on as usual. She had just received a pair of brand new shoes and offered them to a poor village girl. The girl was deeply moved by the kind gesture. Emilia gently replied that if anyone deserved to walk comfortably on her family's lands, it was her. Then she ordered her guards to make sure everyone had plenty of warm food and shelter. As the guards moved to obey, a huge crowd gathered outside to shower the young lady with endless gratitude. Back inside, her servants tended to her tired legs, while Bernard praised her brilliant performance. The young lady scoffed that while her father demanded blind obedience, she knew people truly follow the ones who feed them. Bernard smiled, noting that winning so many hearts would definitely give her the advantage she needed to secure the family inheritance. She stared at him in silence, then suddenly kicked him right in the face, demanding to know what happened with the Northern Sword Master. Bernard apologized, stammering that a victory would have brought the powerful swordsman over to their side. He then kissed her foot, swearing his blood would always belong to her. And that is where we leave them, with a chilling reminder that you and I should never trust a pretty face. Alright, you and I are about to dive into some serious merchant guild drama as they buy out all checkpoint materials. They had even bribed every single soldier and knight who abandoned those ruined Perdium lands. Emilia praised him, telling him to keep up the ordinary merchant guild cover, but the servant suddenly cut their conversation short. The frantic servant announced an urgent message from the gatekeepers. Ghislaine had arrived to visit. Disgusted, Emilia demanded to know what that cripple wanted, leaving the servant completely speechless. Everyone was utterly shocked to hear that Ghislaine actually wanted to discuss merchant guild business. Moments later, Emilia confronted Ghislaine right in the parlor room. Sitting across from her, Ghislaine greeted her, but she stayed silent while her cat hissed. Annoyed, she declared his unannounced visit incredibly rude. The young man smiled, saying he brought a gift, presenting a flower he bought straight from her own guild window. Then he declared that he had decided to buy exclusively from her guild now. Emilia kept quiet, her brow furrowing slightly, before suddenly standing up and snapping that she had absolutely no idea what he meant. Annoyed, she accepted the gift just to make him leave, but Ghislaine merely smiled and smoothly pulled her to sit back down. Watch closely here, her entire body froze up instantly. Staring at him, she wondered if this was the same guy who used to bleed just looking at her, before he suddenly demanded 10,000 gold coins. Hearing such an astronomical sum, the young lady frowned deeply. Emilia angrily asked if this was his family's doing, but Gislen shrugged it off. Then he boldly added that she would never marry him anyway. The young woman stopped dead in her tracks, blinking in pure disbelief. Gislen kept going, saying she would probably rather marry the knight behind the door, before finally showing a glimpse of his true power. But he was instantly cut off by Emilia's cat letting out a vicious hiss. Standing right before the man, the beast kept growling. The lady snapped back, warning him that such things should not even be joked about. Gislen promised to keep everything a secret if he got the loan, but Emilia refused immediately, calling Bernard into the room. Approaching Gislen, the knight bowed. Gislen knew Bernard was Emilia's ultimate trump card, possessing martial prowess that easily rivaled the greatest of sword masters. Gislen warned them that if he died here, an all-out territorial war would erupt. Emilia retorted that they would just frame it as a bodyguard putting down a foolish intruder for trespassing in the bride's quarters. She coldly ordered Bernard to dispose of him. Now you and I both know. This is where the real action begins, as Bernard draws his blade. Instead of backing down, Gislen decided to get serious too, instantly drawing his own weapon. As Bernard locked eyes with the boy, a cocky smirk crossed his lips. Gislen stared back but suddenly sensed something off. A sudden movement came from behind. An assassin tried to strike from his blind spot, slicing the chair's backrest, but Gislen dodged with a perfect backflip. At the perfect moment, he kicked the hidden assassin hard. A loud crash echoed as the window shattered, sending the man flying. Watching this, Emilia and Bernard stood completely stunned. Gislen was furious. They sent an assassin mocking their awful hospitality as he got ready to fight. Their swords clashed violently. Gislen remarked dryly that good manners were clearly not taught in the revolt household. Bernard countered that Gislen was the disrespectful one, proving he didn't deserve any kind of warm welcome here. With that, Bernard lunged with a heavy strike, but the boy easily slipped away. Gislen spun, missing his first kick, but immediately connected with a swift second strike. Bernard staggered back from the heavy blow. He knew Gislen as a weakling, but this guy was clearly highly skilled. Snapping him out of his shock, Emilia ordered Bernard to get serious. She demanded he finish the job and bring her Gislen's head. Under her gaze, Bernard froze briefly before focusing to kill. Gislen just laughed, amused that a simple knight was acting so incredibly arrogant toward him. Bernard replied it was merely an invitation to battle, as both fighters braced for an ultimate clash. Bernard lunged forward, closing the distance instantly, but Gislen reacted in a flash, leaping backward to dodge the strike. Even so, Bernard's blade managed to leave a tiny scratch on the boy's cheek. And trust me, you and I are just getting started with this epic, fast-paced battle. Let's dive into this epic clash as Emilia watches Gislen match Bernard blow for blow. But suddenly, things take a dark turn. Meanwhile, the battle only keeps intensifying. Gislen blocks a blade slicing dangerously close to his face, steps forward and drives a counter-strike right at Bernard. Luckily, Bernard dodges the blow and quickly moves to lock down the young man's sword. He tries to impale Gislen on the spot, but Gislen just calmly asks why he's repeating all tricks. Leaping back into the air, Gislen instantly senses a sudden terrifying shift as a massive wave of mana begins erupting directly from Bernard. Bernard snapped that those amateur techniques failed the last 2 times they were tried. Slamming down, he shatters Gislen's defense and sends him crashing to the dirt. That powerful impact leaves him groaning in pain, without giving him a second to breathe. Bernard lunges to strike again, but Gislen barely evades the blade, leaping back several meters to reset his distance. He never expected Bernard to neutralize his move with pure mana. Suddenly, Bernard notes that Ghislaine surpasses all the rumors, tossing the opponent's sword completely aside. He admits the kid has real combat experience, not just textbook moves, but warns that those tricks won't work on him. Now pay close attention here, because Bernard thinks it's all over, but Ghislaine knows they've just crossed a point of no return. Bernard is aiming straight for the head, and in close quarters, raw physical limits are tough to beat with technique alone. Because of this, dealing with Bernard seems pointless, but Ghislaine simply mutters that he's running short on time as well. Steeling himself to strike, he catches Bernard completely off guard as glowing mana threads appear. He realizes too late what those threads are for. In a flash, Ghislaine's blade is already pressing against his neck. Moving like a blur, Ghislaine closed the gap and drives a devastating knee strike into Bernard's face. Bernard staggers back in shock, unable to grasp how he did that. Emilia finally starts sweating over her champion's fate. Meanwhile, Ghislaine unsheathes his sword, preparing to deliver a final decisive strike. He swings with everything he's got, but Bernard braces himself, deflecting the blow before immediately spinning around. He barely holds his ground, managing to shake off Ghislaine's relentless pressure. Ghislaine recovers instantly, landing firmly on his feet. Seeing this, Bernard urges the young lady to escape immediately. He can't protect her anymore and must go all out. Ghislaine smiles, agreeing that this is how a real fight should be. You and I both know a villain monologue when we hear one, and hearing this, Emilia decides it's time to run. She is absolutely livid that Ghislaine dared to humiliate her like this. She keeps thinking someone leaked Merchant Guild secrets, and because of those rumors about Ghislaine, she assumed he just got lucky back then. But now she realizes how dead wrong she was about him. Furious, she wonders what her elite guards are doing, but rounding the corner, she finds her entire force completely wiped out. A girl stands in the middle, turning as she hears her voice. Spotting Emilia, Belinda waves cheerfully, wanting to know who she is, but the girl coldly orders Emilia to shut her mouth. Instantly, she appears right behind Emilia. The cold blade pressed to her throat leaves Emilia absolutely frozen in terror. Plucking the spider away, Belinda laughs, surprised that Emilia is still carrying it around. She smiles playfully, guessing it must be because of their upcoming engagement. Belinda knew Emilia's family hated her because bugs always followed her around, so she created this to get revenge on them all. Whether it was trauma or pure ego, she didn't care. Tossing the spider aside, she tells Emilia it doesn't suit her, before crushing it underfoot and demanding her full cooperation. Even more, mana begins radiating from Bernard, completely flooding the entire room. Ghislaine realizes the very air has grown heavy. This level of mana is just way too much to handle. Bernard praises Ghislaine as a worthy foe, then demands to know how a noble like him could stand beside Emilia. Ghislaine probably claims his noble status, mocking such bold talk coming from a mere bodyguard. A moment of heavy tense silence fills the room before they clash once again. Pressing his assault, Bernard demands he stop disgracing the nobility. The strikes are lightning fast, but Ghislaine somehow manages to block them. Even so, every blow is highly lethal. In the heat of battle, he can tell Bernard is absolutely enraged. He relentlessly batters Ghislaine, but trust me, our main guy has finally had enough. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy clash, where he forces the blade back, readying a devastating blow, but Bernard immediately counters. And just like that, he is disarmed. Ghislaine is completely dazed by that brutal impact, and Bernard confidently declares that this is going to be his final move. His blade points right at Ghislaine's neck, But suddenly, Bernard freezes with a completely baffled look on his face. Turns out, Gislan was willing to take a hit using his own shoulder to deflect the deadly blade. Exploiting that brief second of shock, Gislan counters, leaving Bernard utterly furious. Fighting Gislan means never letting your guard down, but Bernard parries again, sending a heavy kick straight into his opponent's ribs. He mocks him, saying, "There is a massive gap between a real veteran and someone who just shows off with a sword." Gislan slams hard against the solid wall, but he is far from done and stands right back up. He realizes Bernard's insane speed and perfect combos let him dictate the entire fight, making their locked swords feel completely impossible to break free from in a direct clash. He knew his current level of mana simply was not enough to take Bernard down. But wait, watch closely, because that was only what he had on the surface. He notices that Bernard is actually missing something incredibly crucial. See, Bernard has absolutely no clue that Gislan possesses a secret high-level mana cultivation technique. The second he activates it, his speed completely explodes, instantly putting him right in Bernard's blind spot. Her blades clash once more in a furious blinding dance of steel. But seconds later, Gis completely disarms him, leaving Bernard frozen in absolute jaw-dropping shock. He cannot comprehend where all this sudden mana is coming from mid-fight, but as the sharp blade touches his head, Gislan suddenly halts his strike. Right at that moment, Belinda and Emilia walk into the room. Emilia coldly tells him to take his gold and get out, but Gislan asks why she could not have just paid up when he asked nicely. He finally lowers his sword, while Belinda scoffs and jokes that this does not even look like a lover's pet. Gislan just sighs, saying they had a slight disagreement before dropping some terrible news on Emilia. See, he is not leaving now without at least 20,000 gold coins. Now I know what you are thinking, but check this out. Emilia goes completely ballistic, smashing everything in sight. Bernard quickly bows his head, taking full blame for the failure. But she completely ignores him, whispering that Gislan has changed far too much. Bernard asks if they should report this to Duchess Dolphin, but she slaps him across the face, telling him to shut up because that woman is terrifying. She admits her secret alliance with Dolphin is meant to completely destroy the Perdiums, but she is furious thinking about what happens if their merchant guild secrets are leaked to everyone, which means Gislan has to die. Bernard readily agrees, reporting that Gislan has a deep shoulder wound plus multiple cuts, and after draining his mana, he will need plenty of time to fully recover. Still, one nagging thought keeps bothering Bernard. He warns against using their regular knights, and Emilia agrees, saying they need wild dogs bred specifically for this kind of dirty work. Bernard is horrified as he realizes what she is planning. She orders him to deploy war orphans with no family or status, demanding a dozen of them who are highly skilled in manipulating mana. Meanwhile, Bernard is already plotting where he can set up their deadly ambush. He promises to handle everything, leaving Emilia practically salivating at the thought of making Gislan pay dearly for humiliating her like this. Elsewhere, Gislan bandages his wounds as he travels, unable to shake thoughts of that deceitful snake Emilia. His companions express deep concern, but he quickly reassures them that he is completely fine. For such a highly risky gamble, his injuries are surprisingly light, and it was absolutely worth it to secure that massive pile of gold. He would gladly throttle Emilia himself, but he has no interest in starting an all-out war, since they are already busy fighting off barbarians. Gislan decides to handle this with minimal bloodshed, and this time he is going to use Emilia as his pawn. Belinda watches him quietly before suddenly asking if every single thing went exactly according to his plan, She reminded him he ordered her to secure the perimeter the moment fighting broke out and immediately take Emilia hostage. Ghislaine agrees that was indeed the plan, but then he quickly turns and asks Fergus about his side of things. But the very moment he speaks, a sudden blinding wave of pain hits him. He suddenly winces in agony, leaving us completely worried about his survival. Alright, you and I are about to see Ghislaine realize that activating his third core comes with some deadly consequences. He was trying to figure out a safe way to boost his mana when Belinda suddenly grabbed his hand. She checked his pulse and realized with shock that his internal mana flow was completely wrecked. That was when a strange glowing light began radiating from her hands. Watching it happen, Ghislaine began to understand what she was doing, but a sudden wave of intense pain and nausea hit him. Instead of coughing up blood, he exhaled a strange dark mist. He instantly felt the blockage in his mana pathways dissolve. Belinda had actually cleared it using an incredibly advanced technique of deep mana compression. Since his mother was the one who brought Belinda in, Ghislaine always knew she was no ordinary maid, but still, he had no idea who she actually was. Either way, Ghislaine knew that having powerful allies was his best bet. Suddenly, Belinda looked him in the eye and promised she would always be ready to help. Then she asked why he needed such a massive fortune. After a quiet moment, Ghislaine admitted that only Emilia could secure that kind of gold. Hearing this plan completely shocked both Belinda and Fergus. Belinda warned him of the massive danger if anyone found out, but Ghislaine promised Emilia would keep quiet, asking if she trusted him. She nodded and asked him to explain how he planned to spend all that cash. But pay attention here, because the second he mentioned the monster forest, Belinda completely froze in horror. Ghislaine explained they needed the resources to conquer the forest. Fergus found this crazy since people had tried and failed to clear it for centuries. Cutting him off, Ghislaine demanded to know what happened to the favor he asked for before leaving. The old man looked slightly confused, but then revealed that the very person Ghislaine was looking for was actually nearby. Ghislaine wanted to head out immediately, but Belinda strongly urged him to turn back and go home. But Ghislaine quickly reminded her that Emilia would never let this matter slide anyway. Belinda argued they already had Fergus for protection, but Ghislaine replied that things had changed. He needed to track down a highly capable commander, and that is why they had ventured into this desolate wasteland. The area seemed completely abandoned and no one answered at first, but they were in the right spot. Suddenly the door creaked open, revealing a heavily bearded man who demanded to know who was there. Seeing him, everyone except Ghislaine gasped in sheer disbelief. Belinda whispered that this guy looked like a total wreck, not some legendary military commander. But Ghislaine insisted this was indeed their man. Before they could speak, the stranger slammed the door shut, telling them to get lost and stop wasting his time. But then Ghislaine called out the name Jilan, making the mercenary captain freeze dead in his tracks. The man turned slowly to glare at the youth, only for Ghislaine to reach out with a smile and say he had missed him. Everyone was stunned to hear about this legendary mercenary leader. The Ratatox mercenary band was so famous that even years after disbanding, everyone still feared them. And here is the part that will blow your mind. As Ghislaine invited their leader Gillian to join him, an axe suddenly flew through the air, slicing right through the boy's clothes. That sudden lethal attack left everyone absolutely speechless. Gillian growled, demanding to know how this kid knew his identity and what business brought them to his doorstep. Belinda begged Ghislaine to back away, terrified the man was insane, but Ghislaine stood his ground, claiming he knew exactly how to cure Gillian's daughter. urging the mercenary to calm down and talk. Those infected suffered from burning fevers and coughed up blood. They would writhe in pure agony until they finally died, earning the terrifying nickname of the Endless Punishment. Tortured by the unbearable pain, the little girl's screams echoed loudly throughout the dark room. As Gillian rushed over to hold his crying daughter, Ghislaine realized he had arrived just in time. In his past life, Ghislaine couldn't requite Gillian because the devastated father had ended his own life after losing his daughter. Looking around this rundown house, it was obvious Gillian had spent every single coin trying to save her life. The poor girl begged to die, unable to take the suffering anymore. Ghislaine knew there was no time to lose and prepared to treat her. But someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Belinda sharply told Ghislaine that they needed to leave. She asked how they could possibly succeed when even high priests had failed. But Ghislaine broke free, declaring he was the only hope she had left. He asked Belinda once more if she trusted him, leaving the young maid completely stunned and hesitant. Handing her a written note, Ghislaine ordered her to buy everything on it, leaving her speechless when she read the list. Trust me, you and I are about to see him cure what everyone believed was an incurable illness. Let's dive in. Since they discussed it so much, Ghislaine remembered the antidote recipe in vivid detail. The only issue was the outrageously expensive ingredients, but luckily, they had the funds. So Ghislaine started brewing it, and once finished, handed the medicine to the man, stating that Rachel had to drink it. Without a second thought, Gillian gave the antidote to his daughter, and soon her dark skin spots began to fade. They vanished one by one, and a peaceful expression finally returned to the girl's face. Witnessing this, everyone in the room stood completely shocked as the deadly marks visibly started to disappear. Gillian could barely believe the cure actually worked. But Ghislaine calmly noted everything was going as planned. Gillian asked how this was even possible, since even high-tier holy healers were entirely helpless. Ghislaine explained that holy magic has limits, and healing heavily depends on the patient's own will to survive. With trembling hands, the desperate father asked if his daughter would truly be cured now. Ghislaine reassured him she would be fully healed in 2 months. Hearing this, pure hope flared in Gillian's eyes, and overcome by emotion, he collapsed to the cold floor. He begged Ghislaine to name his price, knowing the young noble had not traveled all this way for nothing. And since Gillian had nothing left but his own body, he was willing to become his slave. But Ghislaine replied that he simply needed a true leader for his mercenaries. Now watch closely. Gillian stared into the youth's eyes, wondering what he was actually after. The giant man silently ran his hand through his long braided hair, drew a sharp axe and chopped off a braid, leaving everyone watching completely stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes, as if an entirely different warrior had suddenly emerged before them. Turning around, Gillian walked to the other side of the room and asked if Ghislaine had any enemies nearby. Ghislaine calmly replied that everyone who had accompanied him was already inside the room. When Gillian asked if Ghislaine had anyone gunning for him, the young man replied that even more were coming. Gillian suddenly snatched up a spear and hurled it, blasting a massive hole through the wall and pinning a tree. Then Gillian forcefully yanked the rope tied to the spear. He dragged a hidden spy right inside, grabbing him by the throat until he choked, demanding to know who sent him. The captured spy sputtered that this was impossible. You and I know Gillian wanted to end him right there. But Ghislaine already knew exactly who sent him. Ghislaine admitted he did not want to bloody his hands today, but the mercenary stopped him. Gillian declared he would handle this dirty work himself, and with a brutal squeeze, he crushed the spy's throat. Once the deed was done, he bowed deeply before Ghislaine. Belinda noted the terrifying lack of hesitation in his movements, completely baffled as to why Gislen needed such a ferocious beast, while Gillian swore his life to him. Gislen smiled, saying he was counting on his commander. Soon after, Gislen's jealous rivals learned their entire scouting squad was wiped out, though one leader managed to keep everyone calm. Realizing they had made far too much noise, the nervous soldiers apologized to their captain. The captain sneered, claiming it was highly unlikely that Gislen could have exposed the spies all on his own. But then he learned that the brat had somehow recruited the legendary Gillian. This shocking news enraged the captain, who grabbed one of his men furiously, demanding if it was actually true. Trembling with fear, the soldier confirmed he saw it himself, while the captain grinned, glad that Gillian had finally surfaced. Meanwhile, traveling through the dense forest, Belinda complained about how cramped their carriage was. She pointed out that Gillian had no interest in trading weapons, so a simple sword or axe would have sufficed. Gislen told her to drop it since they needed the carriage to transport the recovering Rachel anyway. He urged her to be patient, as everything could prove useful, then asked if Emilia had sent that spy. Once confirmed, he realized this was trouble, since the assassin wore the signature mask of the wild cat guild. Gislen knew this dark guild was highly illegal, running smuggling, assassination, and drug operations. Belinda warned that they were a powerful shadow syndicate, often recruiting retired elite mercenaries, and urged him to tread carefully. But Gislen laughed it off, reminding her that he now had the terrifying Gillian protecting him. As they continued down the path, sudden danger approached, and Gillian immediately sensed the enemy's presence. With the carriage targeted and arrows aimed at Gillian, "Trust me, you and I are about to see a bloodbath." Alright, you and I are about to watch one brutal showdown, as he blocks both strikes and cleaves an assassin in half. Their bodies hit the dirt as the riderless carriage kept barreling forward. Up in the trees, more ambushers cut the ropes, sending a massive trunk crashing down toward the carriage. Belinda screamed they were trapped, but Gillian yanked the reins and hard-drifted the carriage out of harm's way. The carriage screeched to a halt as the tree crashed nearby. Gislen was unfazed, but dozens of enemies surrounded them. A figure stepped forward and called Gillian's name, drawing the veteran warrior's sharp gaze. The assassin sneered, calling him a coward who disbanded their gang just for his daughter. Stepping down from the carriage, Gillian calmly said he did not understand. The killer spat that Gillian ruined his life and now failed to recognize an old friend. But Gillian stayed silent. Believing Gillian was just playing dumb, the commander ordered his entire squad to swarm and kill him. Gislen offered help, but Gillian refused. Now pay attention, because a massive wave of mana erupted from him, instantly wiping out the closest wave of attackers, parrying their blades. Gillian ripped open his target with an axe, sliced the next man's hand off, and struck his neck. He effortlessly blocked another incoming slash, disarming the assassin with a swift, brutal counter. The captain realized that Gillian's legendary strength had not faded one bit. He ordered his squad to split up and flank him. In response, Gillian swiftly mounted his horse. While the bandits watched in confusion, Gillian grabbed his horse-mounted spear and charged forward like a beast. Gripping the weapon with both hands for maximum power, he mowed down multiple enemies in a single sweep. A bandit shouted to spook the horse, but Gillian gave them zero breathing room, continuing his absolute massacre. Watching this bloody display, Belinda was genuinely horrified. An assassin tried to drop on him from above, but Gillian reacted instantly, raising his heavy shield. Hoping to destroy the man who ruined his life, the captain leaped backward and targeted Gillian's horse instead. Severely wounded, the poor beast collapsed straight onto the dirt. As Gillian hit the ground, enemies swarmed him, but he blocked their strikes with his axe. He slammed his shield hard into the man's ribs, sending the assassin flying back several feet. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Who's the leader of Ratatos now? If it isn't Jillian. Jillian replied that his past was dead. He was just Gislin's helper now, which only enraged the assassin further. The captain charged with a murderous cry, sparking an intense duel as Jillian easily deflected every single blow. The assassin screamed that the squad fell apart without Jillian, leaving him with no purpose in this world. Jillian remained silent, trading blows with the merc, but this guy was highly skilled, dodging Jillian's counterattacks with ease. With a lightning-fast kick, the assassin smashed into Jillian's shield. The shield shattered under the immense pressure. He screamed that he dedicated everything to their unit, only for Jillian to throw it away to become someone's lapdog. For that betrayal, he would never forgive his former commander. He glared with pure hatred at the defenseless Jillian. Jillian retaliated, dodging lethal slashes and executing a fast backstab to avoid a surprise attack right in front of him. Jillian swung to counter, but the mercenary evaded just as smoothly. The assassin grinned like a maniac, admitting that Jillian used to be a beast. But while Jillian played dead, the mercenary trained relentlessly. Now Jillian stood absolutely no chance. The killer kicked embedded blade strike at Jillian, who casually blocked them with his bare hand. Using the distraction, the killer closed the distance. Jillian sensed him and swung, but the assassin leaped away. Lunging forward again, the mercenary aimed a definitive lethal strike. But Jillian caught the bare blade with his palm, asking if this was his only reason for revenge. Right then, the killer realized Jillian had been holding back. Before he could react, a heavy blow smashed his face. The impact launched him through the air, stopping abruptly when he crashed violently into a tree trunk. Jillian didn't understand why the merc waited. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. You and I are starting with Jillian asking why he took so long, but the man just laughed. He claimed he came but found no leader, just a tired old man not worth dirtying his hands on. He demanded to know where the legendary Jillian, his absolute idol, had gone. Propping his blade, Jillian declared he served a new master now, but would still honor his old comrade as Commander Ratatos. Drawing his weapon, the mercenary roared for a real fight. Jillian blocked the blow with total ease, but the man shouted that this was the duel he always dreamed of. They clashed with lightning speed. Jillian lunged forward with a fierce strike, but every single blow was dodged. The mercenary swung back, but missed until Jillian finally landed a massive hit. The man's face twisted in agony, but he refused to stop fighting. Swinging his axe, Jillian called out to the captain of the 5th Squad, Ratatosk, even addressing Viego by his real name. Hearing those words, the man smiled. A second later, Jillian ended him. He stood over his fallen comrade's body in silence. Suddenly, a voice praised him for his hard work. Belinda and Gislin woke up with the girl instantly babbling about making a fortune selling the loot. Jillian apologized for dragging out the duel, but Gislin did not care. In fact, Jillian completely exceeded his expectations. Back then, every legend about Jillian started by detailing his rise to become the mercenary king. Suddenly, he asked Jillian if he remembered that man. Jillian confirmed it was an old comrade, making Gislin pause and think. He wondered what his old allies were doing now, since everyone had their own lives before they met. One day, Gislin would bring them back together. 2 days later, they finally reached the Purdium lands. Jillian asked if these were the same lands, and Gislin nodded. It felt good to return to something he never had before. Jillian kept staring at Gislin, but decided to stay silent. Gislin then asked his thoughts on the territory. The man replied They were not bad, but Ghislain admitted they were terrible. He heard this place was in constant war with barbarians, but the reality was far worse than he imagined. Determined to fix these issues, Ghislain asked for backup. The coming conflict would be long, but he was set on restoring everything. Suddenly, Belinda spotted something ahead and screamed at the horizon, while Ghislain's eyes also widened in total shock. Standing right there in front of him was his own father. Now pay attention. The council argued over their forces, claiming those rifles were completely useless against the enemy soldiers. Ghislain listened to their bickering in silence, smiling to himself, because absolutely nothing had changed. Despite being a young knight, he possessed decades of battle experience. He thanked them for their hard work and faced his father. His father stared back coldly. Ghislain remembered fearing that harsh look as a young kid, but now he finally understood his expression. It was because of the massive weight of responsibility his father carried. His father demanded to know where he had been for a week, and the young man replied he was visiting the rifleman. His father asked if he caused trouble, but he denied it. Suddenly, a man blurted out that Ghislain had won cash in a duel against Cain. The man then sneered and asked if the kid had already spent it all. You might be thinking he failed, but Ghislain clarified. He went to settle things with Emilia. Still another man scolded him about his duty. The count cut them all off. Through him, Ghislain realized that serious trouble was still brewing. He demanded to know if Ghislain really executed Jamal and Felipe, the scum who tried to sell Elena off. Ghislain immediately recalled those dirty knights. Another elder claimed Ghislain probably could not handle them, which is why they fought. The knights were traitors, but Ghislain realized no one here was happy they were dead. Ghislain confirmed that was the truth, and the men approved of his honesty. Suddenly, the young man heard unexpected praise. His father stated that keeping Elena safe was all that mattered. Surprised by this rare compliment, Ghislain decided to ask his father for a huge favor. One noble quickly barked that if he wanted money, it was not happening. Another agreed, listing all of Ghislain's past sins. Boiling with anger, he read them aloud, and Ghislain had no comeback because it was true. Ghislain calmly replied, he only asked out of politeness, but he was going to carry out his plan regardless. But he refused to tell Belinda just yet. After all, a single leak would ruin everything. He knew a secret spot inside the monster forest that was absolutely packed with rune stones. This magic-infused mineral drive everyone crazy, and trust me, you and I are about to see him exploit it to the absolute limit. Alright, let's watch how our main character plans to strip the greedy Delphine family of their historic power. Belinda, however, absolutely hated being kept in the dark. Even so, she agreed to follow Ghislain's every word. When he asked to hire an army, Guillaume warned him about attracting unwanted attention. But Ghislain already knew the exact group of dangerous people he wanted to recruit. Gillian immediately knew who he meant: powerful mercenaries who would tear you to pieces if they got displeased. Still, Ghislain was dead set on hiring the notorious Cerberus mercenary squad. The very next day, they set off to tame these wild dogs at their remote camp. As Gillian and Ghislain approached, the mercenaries spotted them and laughed, thinking these wealthy travelers were completely lost. One mocked them as ordinary nobles, but looking through his telescope again, he saw a sudden terrifying movement. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, catching the attention of every single mercenary. Gillian had suddenly pounced on one of them, grabbing him tightly by the head. He squeezed the poor man's skull with absolute crushing power, before casually sending the mercenary flying. Seeing Gil's monstrous strength, Every single warrior immediately braced for a fight. Sensing something dangerous about the old man, they drew their weapons and surrounded him. Now pay attention closely because this is where the entire dynamic completely changes. The brute growled that they wouldn't live alive, but his arrogant grin quickly vanished. That was because Ghislain stepped forward calmly, demanding to know who was in charge here. The massive mercenary then confronted the youth. The young noble's sheer audacity shocked the entire gang, but the brute leader finally smirked. Calling him another crazy noble, he threw his heavy weapon with full force. While the object flew closer, Ghislain did not even flinch, and suddenly the weapon deflected. Jason had stepped in, leaving the brute speechless as he saw his thick chain pierced clean through by a sword. Knowing they wouldn't play nice, Ghislain told Gillian to do as he pleased, just don't kill them. Obeying the order, the old man yanked the chain, dragging its owner forward with it. With explosive strength, Gilliam launched the man into the sky, wrapping the chain tightly around his neck. He blasted the mercenary with mana, and as the man struggled, others rushed into the fray. But Gillian grabbed the flailing man and threw him directly at the charging mercenaries, knocking them all down. With that settled, Gillian glared at the rest. Dismounting his horse, Ghislain demanded to know how much longer he had to wait. He ordered them to bring out their boss, but a voice suddenly joked that he had been sleeping like a baby. Stepping forward, Kaur introduced himself and asked what Ghislain wanted. Ghislain answered that he wanted to hire them, but Kaur was furious that his men were just beaten up. Kaur coldly warned him that nobles should learn manners, but Ghislain countered that this was just a friendly greeting to ensure obedience. The mercenary leader just laughed, asking if Ghislain planned a full massacre next time. After that, Kaur agreed to hear him out, so Ghislain revealed they would be discussing the dangerous monster forest, which was why they were needed. Kaur demanded to know who Ghislain was to barge in like this. So Ghislain revealed his true identity, and the moment they heard it, the entire camp fell dead silent. You and I both knew they would laugh, mocking his crazy reputation. Kaur bluntly stated there was no room for people like Ghislain and refused to hear another word, instantly ending the negotiations. Gis stayed silent. Suddenly, someone asked Kaur if he was actually just too scared to accept. Ghislain chuckled, realizing the fierce rumors about this squad were totally exaggerated. Kaur quickly changed his tune, suggesting they discuss the price since they were still mercenaries. Ghislain mocked that the weak always make excuses. Kaur claimed he was only joking, but Ghislain's sharp insults ruined everything. So Kaur demanded they pay for damages and leave. But Ghislain wasn't having it. Ghislain called out Kaur, revealing they had the confession of Moriana. Kaur asked if he knew what that meant, and Ghislain confidently nodded. That was the name of a traditional duel in the mercenary world. Fighters had to battle without mana while their dominant hands were tied. Leaving the circle was not an option. Often both ended up dead. Ghislain knew the loser must obey the victor, so he challenged Kaur. Gile was shocked, and trust me, we cannot miss this insane duel. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal duel where backing down means losing your honor entirely. The tension is unreal. Finally, Kaur declared that if the master wanted a true mercenary-style fight, they had to respect the choice. In no time, preparations were complete. Hands wrapped tight, both fighters stepped right into the deadly circle. Julian watched silently as the mercenaries roared for their leader. Kaur warned Ghislain that tricks would not save him now. There was no going back. As Ghislain was pulled forward, he stood ready. Kaur yanked him close, boasting about 5 previous wins. Ghislain pulled back, scoffing that 5 was nothing. then dragged Kaur close instead. Kaur barked back that he had won hundreds of times. The moment the signal went off, the vibe completely shifted. Blades instantly flew toward throats, barely missing their targets. Staring at Ghislaine, absolute confusion filled his eyes. He never expected such swift reflexes from a pampered noble. Their strikes were perfectly mirrored. Every direct attack was instantly met with a solid block. Trying to throw Ghislaine off balance, Kaur violently yanked his arm. But despite the baiting, Ghislaine stood ground, slipping away just as Kaur tried to strike from behind. Ghislaine immediately counterattacked the mercenary leader, but Kaur managed to dodge it too. Kaur then decided to throw a heavy kick. Ghislaine reacted, blocking the strike with his shin. But a split second later, a sharp searing pain shot through his leg. Kaur saw the kid was capable, but surviving hundreds of these was impossible, when even one match was pure hell. Smirking, he told Ghislaine that if he wanted to show off, he should at least keep it believable. The bloodthirsty crowd roared, cheering for Kaur and demanding he slaughter the noble. But when Julian glared coldly at the rowdy mercenaries, they shut up instantly. After silencing the crowd, the men kept watching silently, analyzing how badly this match was going for Ghislaine. The arena was way too tight. Magic was banned, leaving everything down to raw physical weight and skill. Bone wrist severely limited his mobility, and with Ghislaine barely managing to block, Kaur could easily seize control of the entire battle. But if things turned truly deadly, Julian stood ready to step in. Snatching Ghislaine by the arm, Kaur reeled back to drive his knife into the boy's ribs. But as the blow came, Ghislaine leaped clean over him, landing perfectly on his feet. Right then, though, his leg flared with agony. And pay attention here. Without mana, every single block meant the damage was just building up in his leg. Kaur read the kid's face easily, knowing things were going south. He found his struggle utterly pathetic. Yep, this was by far the most stubborn noble Kaur had ever encountered. Kaur knew exactly what Ghislaine was realizing. In a magicless fight like this, as long as he kept blocking, the brutal damage would keep piling up. Ghislaine's leg was already starting to cramp up, showing clearly on his face, but Kaur wanted him to keep struggling, just to prolong the fun. Spinning the blade, Kaur adjusted his grip and launched a heavy punch that Ghislaine barely blocked. As Kaur aimed directly for his head, Ghislaine dodged. Kaur instantly redirected his hand to track Ghislaine's head, but the boy swiftly intercepted the strike. Seizing the initiative, Kaur locked down Ghislaine's hand. He launched another kick, but Ghislaine reacted, blocking with his battered leg, just like before. A massive wave of agony flared through him. Kaur declared it was time to end this, raising his blade straight toward Ghislaine's throat. He was about to execute the kid. Watch closely, just as Julian drew his axe to intervene. Suddenly, a cold, ironic smirk crept across Ghislaine's face right in that moment. Incredibly, he evaded Kaur's stride, shifting his stance to counter. And that was when the very first blood of this duel was spilled. Staring at his own wound, Kaur froze. The entire crowd was left completely speechless by the sight. Kaur lashed out in rage, but Ghislaine ducked. He tried another slash, but the boy slipped past easily. Ghislaine countered, slashing Kaur right across the chest. The mercenary leader was cut again, leaving everyone utterly stunned. The entire vibe shifted instantly. Everyone thought Kaur was dominating, but he missed again, and Ghislaine slammed him with a brutal shoulder tackle. He followed up with a barrage of strikes to the face, then raised his arms, slamming the blade straight through Kaur's hand. Furious Kaur lashed out wildly. He had no idea how a kid on his last legs suddenly flipped the tables. But trust me, Julian saw exactly what happened. Alright, you and I are about to watch how Kaur's clumsy moves tighten his muscles, completely ruining his speed. Ghislaine shifted acting with total calm. Jillian never imagined a weight disadvantage could be overcome like this. Suddenly, Kaur's men yelled they were getting bored, forcing a move against Ghislaine. Ghislaine just remarked that Kaur's stamina was seriously impressive. Most fighters would have quit and drained their mana, but Kaur snapped back that anyone breaking ritual rules had no place in the mercenary world. Smirking, Ghislaine admitted he was actually quite impressed. Kaur also suddenly admitted that his raw skill was inferior. However, he declared that winning conditions weren't limited to skill alone. He spun sharply, violently pulling Ghislaine right toward him. Anyone stepping outside the circle was declared the loser. No matter how skilled Ghislaine was, dragging him out meant instant defeat. With these thoughts, Kaur felt victory was his. But Ghislaine spun instantly, reversing the grip on Kaur's free hand. In that split second, his body nearly hit the dirt, but he launched a double kick straight into Kaur's chest. Using his steel-bound hand, he rode the momentum to swing right back inside the circle. Kaur immediately stumbled, losing his balance completely. This gave Ghislaine the perfect opening to slam the mercenary leader face first. Now pay attention here. Kaur actually got thrown out of the circle, making him absolutely furious at losing. Ghislaine calmly declared the victory was his. Kaur demanded to know who this kid was and where he learned those skills, but Ghislaine just barked that Kaur lacked respect, hoisting him up. Kaur protested in sheer confusion, yelling the fight was over. But Ghislaine disagreed, stating he hadn't left the circle yet, deciding it was the perfect time to discipline his brand new subordinate. A brutal punch immediately smashed right into Kaur's face, sending him crashing down and leaving the stunned onlookers completely speechless at this wild turn of events. Kaur tried to stop the boy, desperately sputtering about the rules. But he couldn't even finish his sentence before Ghislaine launched another vicious assault. Next, Ghislaine mockingly asked if Kaur would also preach rules on a real battlefield. As Kaur tried objecting, Ghislaine cut him off, stating, "A master's words are absolute." Kaur wanted to scream that this kid was completely insane, but once again, he couldn't even finish the thought. I know what you're thinking, but the beating continues, while the others just stand around too terrified to help. Finally, Kaur shrieked, begging Ghislaine to stop this madness. Feigning mercy, Ghislaine yanked Kaur up, lifting his battered body off the ground, only to coldly state that Kaur still hadn't crossed the line. Kaur glared with pure hatred. Turning to his crew, he roared the order to slaughter Ghislaine on the spot. Unsheathing their blades, the men prepared to strike, but they immediately froze upon seeing Jillian standing directly in their path. She coldly declared that she would slaughter anyone who dared to lay a single finger on Ghislaine. Every single mercenary trembled, completely paralyzed with fear. Seeing this, Kaur realized how deeply he was screwed, shivering as he slowly turned his head to the side. He locked eyes with Ghislaine's silent deadly glare. As the boy cocked his fist back to deliver another blow, Kaur could only grin bitterly. It was as if Kaur had surrendered, simply letting the heavy blows rain down. In that dark moment, he remembered how pathetic and cowardly other nobles usually were. Whenever he bullied those arrogant narcissists, they would immediately crawl at his feet, giving him sheer pleasure as he robbed them blind. That was exactly how he built his fierce reputation as a ruthless, power-hungry mad dog. But now he couldn't grasp how everything had gone so horribly wrong against this rebel Ghislaine. The ground was slick with blood, and Kaur lay completely motionless. As his men panicked, Jillian wondered if that was finally enough. Turning to the nearby mercenaries, she ordered them to fetch bandages, warning them that their leader would die without immediate medical treatment. Hearing her words, the mercenaries snapped back to reality, rushing to obey Jillian's direct command. Silently, Jillian shifted her gaze back to the young boy, assessing the grim situation with a very stern look. The mercenaries immediately scrambled to follow Jillian's instruction. In this lawless world, fists spoke louder than any words, and Jillian knew exactly how to make her authority respected. When Kaur finally regained consciousness, Ghislaine handed him a sheet of paper, pointing to the document and telling him to sign it. At first, the beaten mercenary didn't answer, simply staring daggers at Ghislaine. And that's where we leave it. He clicked his tongue, signed the paper, and tossed it back to Ghislaine. Stick with me. Ghislaine did not like Kaur's attitude at all, finding it totally disrespectful. Kaur looked away and begged Ghislaine to handle them, who agreed with a firm, bone-crushing hand squeeze. That immediately terrified the battered man, but Ghislaine just held tighter, declaring they were finally family now. And to him, that meant acting as one single unit. Fast forward a few days and the mercenaries gathered right outside of Perdium. The sellswords grumbled about being forced to meet so early, complaining they barely even had time for breakfast. Then, out of nowhere, someone announced they were hired by the heir of the Perdium Duchy himself. Most started plotting how to rip off the young noble, but a few just listened in quiet silence. Suddenly, one mercenary chimed in, suggesting they needed a representative to handle this fake-looking boss. Everyone was shocked to see Gordon. He confirmed their suspicions, mocking how much effort everyone was wasting trying to make things easy for them. The mercenaries barked back that some fool made crazy demands last time, so this was expected. Gordon simply warned them not to cross the line of common sense. He offered to act as spokesperson to slowly pressure the employer, while the rest just backed him up. They all quickly agreed, believing Gordon would keep them completely safe, until a sudden shout interrupted them. Someone was riding straight toward their camp, and then a lone rider appeared on the horizon. It was Ghislaine. They recognized him instantly by his fancy clothes and began mocking him for riding out completely alone. Gordon gestured to his crew to set the mood, promising he would teach this arrogant young noble a lesson he would never forget. But wait, watch closely. Right as he steps forward, Ghislaine's real army appears on the horizon behind him. It turns out the kid brought heavy backup along. Spotting their distinct elongated helmets, someone realized these were the elite Cerberus squad mercenaries. But nobody knew how these wild rebels had been tamed, seeing how incredibly humble they acted around this noble. As the riders drew close, Ghislaine slowly scanned the rowdy crowd, sizing them up with a cold, evaluating look. Locking eyes with Gordon, he asked if he was in charge, then demanded to know the mercenary's name. Gordon stammered out his name under that intense pressure, causing Ghislaine to freeze and stare him down in absolute silence. Then he gave Gordon a light jab, casually commenting that his reputation was pretty impressive. Ghislaine then revealed his own identity, and hearing he was the heir of Perdium sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wheeling his horse around, Ghislaine ordered everyone to gather up, coldly stating they were going to clear the monster-infested forest. Soon Ghislaine was buckling up his heavy armor, preparing for the upcoming campaign. He took a moment to reflect, confident that their preparations were finally complete. They set up a temporary base fully loaded with weapons, food, and battle-ready soldiers. Armed and ready, Ghislaine stepped outside to face his troops, asking Belinda for a quick head count. They had 150 mercenaries and 40 Cerberus fighters. Ghislaine then asked if she had delivered his warning to Escavan. Belinda expected some pushback, but the night surprisingly offered to cover their entrance into the forest. Ghislaine then ordered his forces to line up, pointing straight toward the dense forest they were tasked to clear. Pay attention here. They all already knew exactly what terrifying things were lurking inside those dark woods. Brutal monsters, deadly secret, and things far worse, making many soldiers wonder if they would return alive. Outraged by their constant whispering, during Ghislaine's speech, Belinda immediately snapped at the noisy mercenaries. Ghislaine offered a choice to leave, but promised triple pay for success, leaving them completely stunned by the massive reward. Belinda nearly lost her mind, since they spent all their funds on gear, but Ghislaine just calmly smiled. He explained it was pure motivation, knowing full well that victory would make every single coin worth it. Turning back to his assistant with a sly grin, he softly asked her if she actually trusted his plan. Letting out a heavy dramatic sigh, she admitted she had no other choice. Kaur laughed at the absurd promise, wondering how the heir would ever pay them. Right before Ghislaine suddenly roared to his troops. Waving his hand toward the dense trees, he ordered them to clear a path. Soon the heavy logging work began. Trust me, even our main character got his own hands dirty. Alright, you and I are watching a guy who literally kicks down massive trees just to see the sun finally breaking through the thick forest. Turning back to his crew, he ordered them to keep clearing the path ahead. Ghislaine recalled reading Dolphin's old journals about this endless massive forest, hoping that one day they might cleanse it of all evil spirits. But right now, the priority was cold hard cash and carving a path straight to the mine. To shut down the greedy schemes of their rivals in Purdium, securing this profit was absolutely vital. Kauger noticed that even their boss Ghislaine was getting dirty and chopping down trees himself. The mercenaries couldn't tell if he was leading by example or just showing off. Overhearing their lazy chatter, Belinda barked at them, commanding everyone to get back to work. She was clearly annoyed by how the mercenaries treated the job and their leader. She then asked Ghislaine why he was doing manual labor when he had hired so many workers. They might look down on him, but he just ignored her. With more hands on deck, the work would get done much faster. Belinda dropped the subject, but she realized that Ghislaine seemed to know absolutely everything about this place. Coward chuckled, mocking how the lady only cared about the boss, while they were just dogs being dragged straight to hell. Now pay attention here. Out of nowhere, Jillian spins around and smacks Kaur with a thick wooden log. Jillian kept walking, leaving an outraged Kaur asking the other man if that guy was looking for a fight. Watching them, Ghislaine noted everything was fine so far. Dolphin, who once conquered the realm, had focused on securing this exact forest first. At first, Ghislaine had no idea why Dolphin chose this random spot. But after studying those journal notes about the hidden fossils, he prepared perfectly for today's dangerous expedition. Yet this eerie calm made him uneasy. He possessed the raw knowledge but lacked actual experience. Raising his voice, he ordered everyone to stay on high alert. He warned them because the path ahead was growing incredibly dense and his crew was slowly beginning to drift apart. As darkness fell, one mercenary complained that night had already arrived, while another bragged that this forest was not scary at all. They laughed it off as mere rumors, but mid-chatter, Gordon froze, staring straight ahead with absolute shock on his face. After a tense silence, he slowly turned around to face the group and pointed out something terrifyingly obvious. They had chopped down a massive amount of trees to get this far. Everyone was confused but agreed anyway. Then Gordon asked where the path back was. And trust me, when we look at their faces, we know they are doomed. Suddenly, Gislin's sharp voice broke through the silence, commanding everyone to immediately draw their weapons. Instantly, the seasoned fighters drew their swords, but a few clueless guys just stood there, wondering why everyone was suddenly so tense. Gislin glared at Gordon, warning him that if he stayed in that spot, he was dead. Frowning, Gislin told him to back away slowly, and Gordon didn't hesitate. Still holding the heavy log, he began to turn, but accidentally banged it hard against a nearby tree. Terrified by the loud cracking sound, he dropped the wood and threw himself to the ground. The other mercenaries flinched, calling him a total idiot, but Gordon was paralyzed with fear, frantically scanning the dense trees. Nothing happened. Absolute silence filled the air, but the crew was already on high alert, sensing something deeply wrong was brewing. Gislin stood completely silent, watching closely, waiting to see what horror would crawl out next. Yet even in this deadly atmosphere, some idiots remained way too confident. One mercenary laughed, mocking their client for jumping at every little noise. Pointing into the darkness, he loudly declared there was nothing but trees ahead of them. Frowning, Gislin ordered the arrogant mercenary to step back immediately, or they would both die. But the mercenary laughed, accusing Gislin of spreading fake fear just to keep a tighter grip on the squad. But in that exact split second, something thick wrapped tightly around his waist. Before he could even scream, he was violently yanked into the shadows. Gislin knew this beast possessed completely undetectable presences. Nobody could have predicted the sudden arrival of this terrifying predator, unless they instantly recognized the nightmare right in front of them. Gislin then yelled the truth, revealing that the monster was a giant dino ant. And guess what? You and I can see they're completely surrounded. Stick with me. These terrified mercenaries are about to run for their lives. Nobody wanted to be monster food, so they fled in pure panic, while those wood beasts locked eyes and whipped out their deadly branches. In a flash, several mercenaries get snagged and dragged straight into the monster's gaping, hungry jaws. The only survivor not caught is Gordon, who miraculously clings onto a nearby rock. A comrade rushes over, screaming at him to hold on tight while trying to chop the branch. He slams his axe into the wood and a loud crack echoes. The branch is fine, but the axe shattered. Before anyone can react, Gordon loses his grip on the rock and gets dragged away. He screams in terror while the squad watches helplessly. But then Gislin suddenly charges in to save him. Swinging his mana-infused sword, he slices the branch. Then, with a mid-air spin, he slashes the beast's eye. Blood spurts from the monster's eye as both he and Gordon crash down onto the ground. Watching Gislin, everyone realizes the eyes are the weak spot. Gislin then roars, ordering the stunned squad to wake up and move. He commands them to group up and raise their shields, forming a solid wall against the vines. Gislin backs out to focus purely on defense and wait for his next signal. Moving fast, everyone preps their shields. Meanwhile, Gisan corners Kaur, demanding to know where the oil lamps are hidden. Confirming they have the lanterns, he orders them thrown to set those woody monsters completely on fire. Now pay attention. Panic spreads among the troops under the beast's terrifying gaze, waiting for the absolute perfect moment. Gislin finally yells the command to throw them. On his word, they unleash a massive barrage of lanterns at the monsters. But to their shock, the monsters use their thick vines to swat the lanterns away. The mercenaries freeze, realizing they can't burn them like this. As the last lantern falls, the beasts strike back, whipping the massive vines straight at the crowd. But right on cue, Gislin leaps into action effortlessly slicing through the incoming vines. Belinda wasn't about to just stand by and watch either. Taking aim, she hurls her twin daggers straight into a beast's eye. Gislan then orders Belinda and Jillian to help Cerberus prep another wave of lanterns. Gislan himself would draw the monster's attention. Worried sick about him, Belinda warns the young warrior to be extremely careful. As countless vines swarm him, Jason shreds them easily. But the constant attacks force Ghislaine to keep moving fast to avoid getting grabbed. Dashing forward, he notices the monster actually has legs. I know what you're thinking, he's done for. But Ghislaine instantly slices the beast's leg clean off. He strikes the monster straight in the eye, and while he handles that one, everyone else surrounds it. Spinning toward the soldiers, Belinda yells for them to throw the lamps. They react instantly. Launching lamps, the beasts can swat away, this time immediately bursting into wild flames. The mercenaries cheer, thrilled to land a hit, but Ghislaine spins around shouting to keep the pressure on. Within moments, the entire dark forest is completely engulfed in blazing fire. They are amazed they actually defeated the beasts, but panic starts setting in as the massive fire threatens to spread. Gordon is also relieved, celebrating that these wooden freaks are totally helpless against the heat. However, Ghislaine warns them not to drop their guard because this fight is far from over. He warns that the monsters are about to show their true forms, and instantly thick steam bursts from everywhere. Seeing the steam, everyone assumes the beast somehow put out the fire, while Belinda and Gile quickly rush to Ghislaine. When Belinda asks what's happening, the boy explains that only the outer shells of the monsters are fireproof, and once the heat penetrates their core, steam explodes outward, revealing their terrifying true forms. The monsters open their massive mouths and screech, sending waves of pure terror through the surviving troops. Ghislaine grabs everyone's attention, raising his glowing blade and commanding them to grab their weapons. Slicing his sword down to clear the steam, Ghislaine shouts that the real fight starts now, and charges forward alone. Witnessing his incredible courage as he rushes the beast, the squad freezes in total awe. And trust me, you and I are about to find out if they survive. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Kaur charges with Cerberus, thrilled to join the fight, while Gordon watches the worried mate run forward for Ghislaine. In that moment, Gilliam demanded to know why the mercenaries froze, firmly reminding everyone that this was Ghislaine's direct order, meaning they absolutely had to trust and obey him. Shocked by his words, the mercenaries hesitated, but chose to join the battle anyway, believing Ghislaine would somehow find a way out of this. Since the monster's armor shells were completely burned away, Ghislaine realized they could survive even without using any mana. He told his men that these beasts were nothing but giant scarecrows that could easily be taken down in a single blow. The next hours were chaotic. Ghislaine knew that hesitation would get them killed, so his job was to wipe out any doubt in his followers' minds. He pushed forward relentlessly, trying to ignite a powerful faith in his people to make the impossible completely possible. As the final beast collapsed, total silence fell. Heavy breathing filled the air as soldiers whispered in shock about their victory and what lay ahead. Without him even turning around, his heavy footsteps echoed, and instantly every single soldier lined up directly behind him. Ghislaine warned them that many monsters still look at the forest entrance. Fear gripped the men, but watched closely. Ghislaine simply told them to trust his lead and follow. The mercenaries froze completely awestruck by Ghislaine's absolute confidence. They pushed forward, carving a path through the woods and driving off monsters. After each clash, Belinda treated Ghislaine's wounds. Suddenly, they came face to face with a massive rat-like monster. Panic spread as the men wondered when these attacks would ever end. But Kaur and Ghislaine did not even blink, charging straight ahead. In a flash, Kaur closed the distance and cleanly sliced off one of the giant rat's legs. As the beast stumbled, Jillian blocked its fangs with his shield, and Ghislaine delivered the brutal final blow. Ghislaine asked if everyone was safe, and they quickly confirmed they were. One mercenary barked at the others to stay close to their boss to avoid dying, while Jillian noted their progress and Kaur chimed in. Practice makes perfect. After another swift skirmish, Ghislaine ordered everyone to keep clearing the trees. But check this out, one mercenary was absolutely terrified, looking at the others and thinking they were completely insane. Before long, the mercenaries finally reached a massive lake. Seeing the water, everyone rushed over, though Belinda worried about safety. Ignoring her, Ghislaine smiled, knowing everything was going exactly as planned. This lake was their main landmark along the path, so they decided to pitch camp right there. As they chatted, the rogue mercenaries realized that the past 2 nights had been unusually quiet. When one suggested sleeping away quietly, the other mercenaries got deeply offended. He tried arguing that risking their lives like this was not worth it, since money cannot buy you a second life. Gordon replied that leaving now made no sense, but Manos was furious that everyone actually believed the boss. He claimed Ghislaine only wanted to win favor by forcing them to clear the forest. Another soldier pointed out they already took the advance, and a mercenary's duty is doing exactly what they are paid for. Manos admitted Ghislaine was a decent fighter, but insisted they had just been lucky so far. He was convinced that when things got too dangerous, Ghislaine would throw them away as cannon fodder, leaving everyone dead silent. Manos tried to steer more trouble, arguing that fighting these beasts alone was suicide. But suddenly a mercenary spoke up, saying they would be dead without their boss. He pointed out that Ghislaine himself had personally treated the men's wounds and offered them solid recovery advice. Belinda thought they should save the pricey medicine, but Ghislaine insisted they brought the ointment specifically to use it. After wrapping up one injured soldier, Ghislaine calmly called for the next. The soldier asked why Ghislaine would waste expensive medicine on them if he just planned to use them as bait. The others agreed, seeing absolutely no reason to think Ghislaine would ever abandon them. Manos was completely livid. That soldier had just ruined his whole plan. Ghislaine then told everyone to stop talking and get some rest. He turned to Jillian and Kaur. Kaur asked if he was okay, muttering that she would have ripped Manos' tongue out. But Ghislaine told them to brush it off, as they had something far more critical to discuss. Ghislaine revealed that, as predicted, monsters attack day and night. But trust me, you and I need to see why these last 2 nights became eerily quiet. Stick with me, as his words leave everyone dead silent. Jillian suddenly realized they had stepped right into the territory of night beasts. Ghislaine confirmed her fears, looking back at the quiet camp and calmly warning that they were in massive danger. Everything was peaceful. Everyone was asleep when a sudden sharp rustling sound shattered the quiet night. Gordon's eyes snapped open at the noise, only to see a lantern flying straight at his face. He rolled away instantly, barely dodging the hit. But suddenly, something grabbed his shoulder, and his terrified scream woke up the entire camp. They saw Gordon swinging an axe wildly, trying to fight off some invisible threat. He desperately tried to drive away monsters only he could see. As they rushed to his side, he panicked, screaming that the beast was right there, but they just stared, insisting that nothing was there. Gordon looked back in total disbelief. They began to scatter, but other mercenaries arrived, warning everyone that this was no nightmare. Now watch closely here, as a strange presence makes that lantern vanish into thin air. Soon the other mercenaries gathered around nervously, discussing the bizarre events plaguing their dark night. One of them insisted they were definitely not alone in this forest, and Gislan completely agreed. The moment Gisan stepped forward, the crowd parted. She ordered a full gathering. As she mapped out the plan inside her tent, the mercenaries crowded around the entrance. Gordon was absolutely shocked to hear they were completely surrounded by deadly beasts. Even though they had not seen a single one, Gislan explained that stealth was their specialty. She suspected these creatures had stalked them all the way from the lake. These beasts ruled the dark. The fallen stalkers could easily blend into the shadows. The mercenaries gasped, hearing that hundreds were out there devouring the light. But Belinda finally understood why their lanterns were disappearing. Kaor demanded a preemptive strike, but Belinda questioned if they could actually afford to just sit and wait. Gislan countered that fighting blindly would only agitate the massive horde of monsters. But Gillian's eyes widened when she learned there was a way to wipe them out all at once. Belinda quickly passed out the magic scrolls Gislan had prepared. Now it was time for Gislan to reveal her grand battle plan. She explained the stalkers were targeting their lights to trap them. Since they were heavily outnumbered, guarding the entire perimeter was simply impossible.
Jilan
Realized that the camp's strategic position near the water meant they were not completely cut off from all sides. But you and I know Gislan is confident that the advantage in this battle is still on their side. Everyone was stunned by this daring confidence. Gislan then proposed dividing their forces into 3 separate teams. The defensive squad would hold the main line. Shield bearers and crossbowmen would lock together, creating a solid wall to protect the center from any breakthrough. At that exact moment, the vanguard would launch a heavy crushing flank attack from the left side, pinching the enemies together. Kaor realized that if the center held tight, this plan could actually work. But Belinda suddenly cut in, reminding everyone that fighting in total darkness was completely useless, making this a highly tense and dangerous gamble. All eyes snapped to Gislan as Kaor quickly suggested they use their magic energy instead. Gislan told her not to worry, pointing out they had the special scrolls for a reason. In no time the trap was set. As the very last lantern flickered out, the beasts began to close in. Stepping forward, Gislan remembered a critical detail written in Dolphin's ancient journal. These shadow stalkers could not handle bright light. On Gislan's sudden command, every single mercenary ripped their spell scrolls wide open. The monster hissed in fear as a blinding, brilliant explosion of pure white light instantly swallowed the entire battlefield. The creatures shrieked in agony, completely unable to withstand the overwhelming brilliance. As the heavy shadows rolled back, the mercenaries realized the monster's true hideous forms were finally about to be exposed. As the blinding flash faded, the crossbowmen reacted instantly to the ambush, locking their weapons on target. They unleashed a deadly rain of bolts. And trust me, we're about to see if they can hold the line. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Gislan prepares to show everyone the monster's true terrifying form. Suddenly, everyone charged straight into the fray and a brutal battle erupted. Leading the charge, Gislan was the very first to cut down the beasts. He knew these stalkers could melt into the shadows, but they were physically weak. Keeping that in mind, he ordered every single beast wiped out. Gillian swiftly dodged their relentless attacks, but there were just too many for him to handle alone. Luckily, Belinda was right there, ready to cover his back. Her main mission: carve a path straight through the enemy lines. Right after striking, Belinda moved like lightning, repositioning near Gislan to help shred the remaining beasts. With a single swing, Gislen realized the absolute best warriors of Purdium were by his side, instantly executing his every command. They slaughtered dozens, but the horde kept coming. The mercenaries had no idea where these endless creatures were spawning from. Her defensive line collapsed, and the beasts finally overwhelmed them. But that's when Gislen and his elite team arrived, wiping out the trap before bracing the surviving soldiers. Seeing the young commander, everyone felt a wave of hope. With him leading, defeat was simply not an option. Gislen immediately ordered them to fan out completely, surrounding the remaining monsters on all sides. Crushed by the sudden counterattack, the stalkers tried to retreat, leaving the mercenaries completely stunned by their behavior. Gislen frowned, realizing these cunning stalkers definitely hadn't anticipated a coordinated ambush like this. They are highly intelligent. Now watch closely as Gislen orders Belinda to hunt down their horned leader. She suggested letting them escape, but Gislen argued that the pack would only hunt them down once they got exhausted. They couldn't survive another clash, so Gislen wanted to end it right here. Hearing this, Belinda fell silent, amazed by how much he had changed. Shaking off her surprise, she immediately saluted and accepted the order. Firing her grappling hook around a sturdy branch, she launched herself off the ground, soaring high into the night sky. This gave her a perfect view of the entire battlefield. Finally, she spotted her target. Taking aim, she threw her rope with flawless precision, wrapping it tightly around the leader's neck. Hearing her signal, Gislen readied his blade for the killing blow. With one swift, devastating slash, the blow connected. The dying leader shrieked in agony. Now think about this. The remaining beasts actually cried out in fear, refusing to attack Gislen. With the Alpha dead, Gislen commanded his forces to wipe out the rest. Everyone surged forward, eager to claim the glory of battle, and the brutal clash raged on until dawn. Only then did Gislen slay the final beast. They had fought exceptionally well, and joyous cheers echoed across the field. The triumph brought immense relief to everyone, and Gislen's closest allies immediately rushed over to check on him. Gislen praised them in return, ordering the Cerberus squad to scatter the monster corpses around the perimeter to ward off any others. Killian explained to Kaor that since stalkers are apex predators, using their scent is the perfect way to protect themselves. But Kaor was just annoyed, feeling like Killian was talking down to him. Gislen realized they had been in this forest for over 10 days, and with the beasts dead, only the ruins remained. Watching the sunrise, he quietly pondered, unable to believe this journey was actually drawing to a close. Belinda then reported 3 missing soldiers, though thankfully the Cerberus squad itself suffered absolutely 0 casualties. With a smirk, Kaor remarked that such flawless results were expected under their commander. Still, where those 3 went remained a mystery. Gordon noticed Manos was gone, but they couldn't find any bodies. Another mercenary laughed, saying that running away from a fight was a classic move for Manos. Honestly, it surprised absolutely no one. The runaway squad kept telling Manos that staying behind would have meant certain death. As his companions tried to slow down, Manos urged them to run faster, while the main army distracted the horde. But right in that moment, everyone froze. They ignored his frantic shouting, which annoyed him, until one of them slowly raised a trembling finger toward the distance. When Manos spun around, a colossal monster was staring directly at them. Absolute terror gripped Manos. This was without a doubt the single largest creature he had ever witnessed. Meanwhile, Gislen's team marched forward. Kaor is amazed at how everyone works without question. And trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. We are back, as Killian starts bothering Kaor again. Kaor felt letting the mercenaries go after this would be a waste, but Gislen promised to hire them as his own private guard. Most people believe simple mercenaries stood zero chance against a real army. But showing off their elite experience, Kaur scouts returned with news of corpses scattered all over the place. Kaur noted their strategy was working since they hadn't run into any monsters yet. Still, Ghislain stayed on high alert, praying his dove instincts wouldn't prove him right. Right then, Belinda approached him to report on the path ahead, and she had definitely found something important. Hearing this, he immediately ordered the entire squad to advance at full speed, quickly reaching their destination. The mercenaries stood there completely speechless at the sight, while Ghislain calmly stated this was their true target. Staring forward, Cher was amazed to find such treasure here, while Gillian reminded him that everything was planned to perfection. Belinda wondered how Ghislain knew, unable to believe seeing so many runes in one place, when suddenly a man appeared blocking their path. Ghislain grew instantly suspicious of him. The stranger collapsed, throwing the mercenaries into a panic as they recognized him and rushed to his side. But Ghislain held them back right away, quickly shouting for everyone to take a step back. He began blowing away the dense mist, and as it completely cleared, they saw countless bones scattered across the ground. Now watch closely. This horrifying sight left everyone wondering what kind of nightmare happened here. Fear crept in, and Ghislain warned them they would have to bleed to get those stones. After all, judging by the massive scale of the remains, some terrifying beast was responsible. But Ghislain did not remember any mention of this beast in the old journal. Turning around, he tried to give an order, but he stopped dead in his tracks when he saw a massive python staring right back. Without giving anyone a second to hesitate, Ghislain screamed for his men to scatter immediately. In that exact moment, Ghislain was already charging straight ahead. Leaping onto the scales, he launched himself off the beast's giant body and struck its head directly. But his heavy strike barely left a scratch, shocking the crew that not even raw magic could pierce those thick scales. The python lunged to swallow him whole, but Ghislain retaliated, dodging easily as toxic venom sprayed in every direction. Believe it or not, Ghislain managed to dodge it, but the moment he spun back around, the predator was already launching its next strike. He managed to raise his squad in time, but the python slammed its heavy tail, pinning him to the dirt. Belinda gasped in pure terror for the young man, while the thrashing serpent forced the panicked mercenaries to dodge for their lives. Belinda and Gillian quickly helped the scattered survivors escape. The only sounds filling Ghislain's ears were the desperate screams of his retreating men. Now he understood what monster guarded these precious stones, though he never expected a legendary python of this size. These creatures usually stayed deep in the forest, but this one was clearly not holding back. At the same time, retreating now meant their entire journey would be rendered completely pointless. Ghislain glared, warning the giant beast to back off. Awakening his mana core, Ghislain prepared for a fierce death match. The python snapped violently, but the boy slipped past its deadly fangs and sliced clean through one of the monster's eyes. But the second he landed the blow, the python retaliated with its heavy tail. He tried to brace himself, but the sheer weight was far too much. The monster kept raining heavy blows, but Ghislain blocked them again and again, completely ignoring how incredibly low his chances of winning actually were. Ultimately, his deep sense of duty would never allow him to flee from this fight. Every single eye was locked on Ghislain, watching in suspense as this brutal solo battle rapidly drained the young warrior's remaining strength. Yet both he and the python stood absolutely still. Ghislain knew his mana would run dry before he could finish the beast. Suddenly, familiar voices echoed as his squad rushed to his side. Belinda begged him to fall back while they held the python off, but Ghislaine ordered them to stay back, shocking the entire group. They stared in utter confusion, demanding to know why. Gillian demanded answers, but Ghislaine explained he could not protect them from such a monster, and he refused to lose his squad. And that is where we leave it, with him facing the beast alone. Alright, you and I are about to see how just surviving this madness became a miracle for Belinda and Ghislaine. Right then, the python snapped its jaws open. Ghislaine screamed for everyone to run, never expecting the mercenaries to actually stand their ground and shield him. Instead, they swore to fight by his side. The sellswords admitted they had never met a leader as noble as Ghislaine. Kaor suggested slaying the beast for its valuable loot, while Gillian volunteered to draw its attention and create an opening in its defense. They all begged him to trust them, leaving Ghislaine standing there in absolute silence. Then, shocking everyone, he calmly started listing the massive value of the serpent. Its giant size, lethal venom, and armored scales meant one slip up was instant death, deeply worrying Belinda. But Ghislaine pointed out that the beast was already wounded and blind in one eye. He promised they would all make it home together, completely igniting the mercenary spirits as they locked shields against the incoming threat. Kaor managed to land a painful blow on the monster. Before the thrashing serpent could even recover, Ghislaine was already diving straight for its remaining eye. The python stood no chance to react. Ghislaine knew even perfect plans can fail, but giving up meant death, and he refused to let anyone die on his watch. Completely blinded. Now pay attention here. The furious monster lunged straight up to finish them. He carried the heavy burden of knowing the future, but in a split second, the python swallowed him whole, making everyone's heart sink in absolute horror. But suddenly, a sharp blade burst right through the beast's thick hide from the inside. Drenched in toxic slime, Ghislaine dramatically sliced his way out of the monster's jaws. Seeing this legendary feat, they knew he was the true feature of Purdium. Meanwhile, back at the castle, the nobles were absolutely livid that he was acting like he owned the place. Another count pointed out their anger was useless, since he had already spent 2 weeks in the woods, adding that Escoban's lies prevented them from stopping Ghislaine sooner. Lord Porium silently listened to his counselor's furious complaints. The father stayed quiet, his face incredibly dark as he worried for his son, until a guard suddenly burst into the room. The frantic knight urged everyone to come look, delivering the shocking news that Ghislaine had actually returned. By then, the young heir was already marching towards his castle. Now, you and I both know this reunion was bound to be tense, as he finally faced the furious nobles and his father. Ghislaine offered a formal apology, but stood by his choice, which only enraged the council, who refused to accept his excuses. A furious knight shouted that his reckless stunt endangered everyone, warning that beasts from the forest could have easily slaughtered innocent villagers. But Ghislaine calmly countered that he was alive, and no beast had escaped. Hearing those words, an angry noble snapped, asking if he thought this was a joke, insisting that a lucky outcome didn't excuse his blatant defiance. Waving a letter, the Count revealed he investigated Ghislaine's visit to Emilia, prompting them to cancel the engagement and withdraw all financial aid. Ghislaine quietly realized that the document was completely genuine. It was clear Emilia would ally with their worst enemies just to destroy him. This meant his control over her was gone, and if he had arrived any later, he would have been completely cornered. The Count demanded to know if Ghislaine had any defense. They demanded the borrowed funds be repaid immediately, complaining that such a fortune was meant to sustain the territory. But Ghislaine calmly dropped a bombshell, revealing he had already spent every single coin on his forest expedition. A heavy silence gripped the room before Ghislaine offered a quiet apology, admitting he had absolutely no excuses. Suddenly, a furious noble grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know why he was ruining his own family legacy. Another voice shouted that he was no longer an heir, but a common criminal, but Ghislaine cut them off. His silent father finally asked what he meant. Ghislaine gestured to Belinda, who placed a heavy wooden chest onto the table. When she opened it, the room gasped as he revealed massive top-tier magic runestones. Looking at them, nobody could lift their eyes. They accused him of buying them, but trust me, they were not ready when he revealed he mined a whole vein of this in the woods. Alright, you and I are about to see this dude claim the stone. Money cannot even run their mansion. Ghislaine just chuckles openly, agreeing that the critic actually has a point. But that was far from his only trick. Outside, mercenaries were busy hauling massive loads of stone. Everyone stood completely stunned by the sheer amount of stone the young man mined in 2 short weeks. Belinda confirms everything came from the expedition, while Ghislaine declares all his actions were purely for the county's own good. They tell Ghislaine's father this harvest is enough to support them, leaving everyone shocked they no longer have to struggle to survive. Right then, a hand claps onto Ghislaine's shoulder as people crowd around praising him and asking if he is totally exhausted. Suddenly he drops a bomb. He has several conditions. He demands the immediate release of Escoban and Ricardo, since they were just following orders, plus free access to the monster forest. Spreading rumors would only hurt the county, so he decides he will run things and recruit the mercenaries himself. But they find it unacceptable that Ghislaine won his own private army. Now pay attention. They think he should be begging for forgiveness, but instead, he demands absolute freedom. Ghislaine snaps back that he is ensuring they never have to rely on Arford again. And if their petty complaints delay the progress, it will completely ruin the county's finances. They turn to his father for support, but right then, the mercenaries approach and salute Ghislaine. Gillian asks for further orders, since the cargo is nearly ready, while Kaur asks what to do with the giant python remains. Ghislaine instructs them to carefully harvest the venom, along with the blood meat and skin to prevent everything from rotting away. Randolph admits the sheer number of warriors is impressive, baffled by how young Ghislaine managed to unite such powerhouse fighters. The Lord just stares at his son in silence. Breaking his quiet, he tells his son that taming these wild mercenaries must have been incredibly difficult. Then came Ghislaine's blunt reply. Without these mercenaries, nothing would have worked. Turning around, he orders everyone to head back, letting Ghislaine off the hook this once, but issuing a dark warning about what happens if he ever disobeys again. Ghislaine simply nods, thanking his father for the mercy. Eventually, the estate would belong to Ghislaine, a place truly housing the legendary spirit of the Northern Wolf, a title earned by those protecting the northern borders of the Kingdom of Lithuania. For the longest time, Ghislaine's father stood completely alone. His military might was virtually non-existent, yet he fought on isolated from his family. Now his painful sacrifices are finally starting to pay off. Ghislaine orders everyone to gear up. You and I both know they could leave any time, but his allies beg him to rest instead of rushing. Belinda reminds him how hard they work to purge the toxic venom from his body, but he just smiles, saying he is counting on her. Turning away, he walks ahead, fully aware that news of their massive stone harvest will spread like wildfire. He needs to build an absolute defense, becoming so powerful that no enemy would ever dare to cross them. But the moment that thought crosses his mind, his body gives out and he collapses. Soon the news spreads everywhere. The partial conquest of the monster forest is officially confirmed, triggering a desperate need for war against the corrupted. Tensions run high during the council meeting, since nobody knows how many of their own people are trapped in those hostile lands. A report reveals 2 vassals and a single knight are there, and if the fallen prince dies on Purdium soil, total war breaks out. Sam is put in charge of the entire operation. This sends shockwave through the room, as no one expected their ultimate trump card to be played so early, prompting immediate protests. But they are quickly reminded that the monster forest has changed the entire game. Dolphin calls the ultimate shots here, while Desmond sternly orders everyone to prepare for the upcoming war. He demands to know who else is aware of this situation, while Amelia flies into a blind rage upon hearing the news. Hiding her face in her assistant's shoulder, she sobs, recalling how she humiliated herself, begging her father to stop supporting Purdium, only for him to dismiss her. Hearing those words, the young lady sighs, admitting she let her emotions take over, but accepts that what is done is done. The knight prompts Emilia to give the command, knowing those newly mined stones will soon rescue Purdium from its financial disaster. And that is where we leave it, because the real trouble is they have not even sold those freshly found stones yet. Alright, you and I are about to see Emilia claim there is only one place up north to sell those stones, the massive Crimson Tower. These stones were vital for research, and Magic Towers took their supply incredibly seriously. Their target was no longer Gisland. Instead, they were going after the workers moving the cargo. But the man pointed out there were actually 2 towers up north, so focusing on just one made zero sense. Emilia fired back that Gisland would never use that run-down tower anyway. She was ready to strip away absolutely everything he owned. Meanwhile, Gisland lay completely knocked out, reliving the brutal nightmare in his sleep. He remembered being trapped inside the python. While his mana neutralized the venom on contact, the toxic smoke refused to fade. Because of that, Gisland fought to stay awake. Everything he loved depended on this raid. If he could not stop the poison, the toxins would spread, so he concentrated the poison into his mana, rotating his core to neutralize it. He managed to convert the poison into a fuel source for a massive mana burst. Suddenly, the guy snapped awake, realizing he was still breathing. Sitting up, he wondered what happened, his mind still in a thick fog. Then his eyes landed on his sister. The moment Elena saw him awake, she explained that he had collapsed right after returning from his journey. But right now, Elena was just incredibly relieved that he was safe. For a second, Gisland just sat there in total shock. Before he could say a word, she suddenly shoved him back and bolted out of the room, screaming that he was finally awake. Now what's this part? He frowned, realizing he had been completely outcold for 2 whole days. He had tried to fight through it, but his young body just couldn't handle the immense strain. Yet his body was in surprisingly great shape. Healing this fast in just 2 days should have been impossible. His recovery rate was up and his mana reserve had exploded. He felt like the energy itself had completely transformed. He realized his mana had actually fused with the toxic python's beast core energy. He never knew someone could gain power like this. That near-death experience had paid off big time. If he played his cards right, he could grow dozens of times stronger than before. But first business, word about the magic stones must have spread over the last 2 days, so he needed to hire some mercenaries immediately. Right on cue, Gisland told Belinda she could come in. But it wasn't just Belinda. Standing right behind her was none other than his own father. The old man was thrilled to see him awake, while Ghislaine was left utterly speechless by his unexpected appearance. His father explained that Belinda told him all about the python fight, admitting he was deeply relieved his son made it out alive. Belinda was still worried about how he had collapsed, but Lord Purdium cut her off. He looked at Ghislaine and said, "We need to talk." It turned out his father actually had a personal request for him. Hearing this left Ghislaine pretty surprised. Let's pause for a second. Ghislaine used to avoid his father like the plague, just to dodge his endless lectures. His father apologized for calling him out so suddenly, but Ghislaine brushed it off, asking what the old man wanted from him. His father just stared in silence before quietly looking away in a rare moment of hesitation. Recalling his mother's old words, Ghislaine wondered if this was exactly what she had meant back then. She had told him long ago that his father was terrible at opening up, constantly burying his deepest, most genuine emotions. The only exception was the day he finally confessed his love to her. That was why she asked Ghislaine to be patient with him. Underneath that icy exterior, he just didn't know how to show his feelings. Ghislaine tensed up when his father told him to draw his sword, but he didn't argue, bracing himself for combat. Without warning, they clashed. Lord Purdium struck first, initiating a deadly dance of blocks, strikes, and quick counters. Ghislaine expertly parried his father's relentless blows, backing away to put some crucial distance between them. Right away, Ghislaine felt the incredible crushing weight of his father's blade. It was a sword strong enough to shatter 1,000 enemies, yet light enough to allow for agile defense, making it incredibly deadly when wielded by an experienced master. The Lord struck with full force, but Ghislaine blocked it. "Trust me, you're going to want to see this clash unfold. You and I are stepping into a massive clash where both rivals are on the edge of victory." Their blades clashed and pointed at each other's throats, a complete heart-stopping stalemate. His father commented on how much Ghislaine had grown. Ghislaine thanked him, but instantly tensed up, bracing for what came next. His father warned Ghislaine to ease the pressure when clashing swords, and as Ghislaine processed the advice, it suddenly clicked. For the first time in his life, someone was actually teaching him. His swordsmanship was forged on the battlefield, raw and purely instinctive. With zero formal training, he had definitely missed some basics. Ghislaine always relied solely on himself, but having a teacher felt surprisingly good. Breaking his thoughts, the older man glared sternly at his son, calling this a formal reprimand. No matter Ghislaine's achievements, his father demanded he follow the rules. Ghislaine knew chaos would rule otherwise. Finally, his father noted just how much Ghislaine had truly changed. Ghislaine's eyes went wide as the heavy weight of his duty suddenly pressed down on Ghislaine. Taking care of his people was an obvious duty, but then he remembered his father actually had a special request. A tense silence fell, but pay attention here. His father awkwardly asked if Ghislaine had any spare cash. Back at the mercenary camp near the monster forest, Ghislaine returned and asked how everyone was holding up. They cheered in unison that everything was fantastic, checking on his health, but he was already feeling great. Suddenly, he asked Gillian about Rachel's condition, but the man hesitated, not answering right away. He never expected his daughter to recover, making Ghislaine genuinely thrilled before deciding to share some critical news. He revealed that their entire estate was in grave danger. Hearing this, they learned how an enemy wanted war, and how he had found the Prince of Gadia clinging to life. As for the hostile forces targeting Purdium, he suspected they had been shadowing them for a very long time. Belinda finally understood the rush, while Kaor joked that Ghislaine was never boring. Angela noted the estate was a sitting duck. It was completely vulnerable right now, yet packed with invaluable resources. And Ghislaine had to agree. Belinda urged them to warn everyone, including Sapi, but Gisin refused, suspecting a spy had infiltrated their vessels long ago. With the stone exposed, you and I know an attack is coming. He warned them a brutal battle was ahead, leaving everyone in heavy silence until Kaor told Ghislaine to just give the command. He added with a grin that Ghislaine wouldn't be bored, while Gillan declared they had already trusted him with their lives. They were fully prepared to follow him to the end, with Belinda agreeing wanting to protect Ghislaine too. He chuckled at their hype, noting Duke Dolphin Desmond and Emilia were the enemies. Then Ghislaine ordered everyone to the Scarlet Flame Tower. Belinda questioned why they weren't heading to the Crimson Tower instead, since it offered much better rates. Ghislaine explained that they'd face far fewer headaches dealing with the Scarlet Flame Tower. Gillian agreed, pointing out that an ambush was highly likely on their way. Gisin knew that tower was desperately trying to rebuild its old glory. But there was another major reason he chose them. There was a mage inside the Scarlet Flame Tower, a girl waiting for the light her master promised would guide them. Shortly after, the mercenaries stood speechless before the massive structure, a city far more staggering than Purdium itself. Mages walked openly on the streets, drawing intense, wide-eyed stares from the entire mercenary group. The mages' expression instantly darkened when they spotted the outsiders, and they suddenly unleashed their magic all at once. Everyone watched in absolute shock as the mages vanished into thin air, leaving the mercenaries completely breathless. Ghislaine quickly realized that they were incredibly far from welcome here. Despite the creepy vibes, Belinda pointed out the tower looked completely fine, and Ghislaine had to agree. Everything seemed quiet, but they kept marveling at the tower's sheer scale until they finally reached the entrance. Suddenly, Belinda pointed out something strange. There were no guards, only empty armor scattered all over the ground. A voice suddenly boomed from above, with the mages strictly warning the travelers that entry was completely forbidden. The empty armor was clearly being controlled, but Islan stepped forward, announcing the heir of Purdium had arrived. He demanded to speak with whoever handled their threat, but the mages snapped back that they weren't buying anything. They ignored their goods entirely, and honestly, you and I would be furious too. Alright, let us dive into this wild scene where a smug mage tries throwing our travelers out, making our girl absolutely furious. They immediately turned to Ghislaine, asking what their next move was. He simply asked the mage if they were absolutely certain they did not want to buy it. Upon seeing the glowing stone, the stunned mage was instantly convinced by its light that this was indeed a genuine rune stone. With a knowing smirk, Ghislaine correctly guessed what they brought, forcing them to instantly apologize for their extremely rude behavior. The sales manager then introduced himself formally to Ghislaine. Ghislaine announced they brought a massive shipment, meaning he needed someone of high authority to handle the deal. The manager was shocked when Ghislaine demanded someone equal to or higher in rank than the Tower Lord. He agreed to tell the bishop and ordered the guests to be escorted to a private waiting room. Smiling mockingly, Belinda questioned if insulting foreign lands was wise, but a sudden loud explosion cut her off entirely. When Ghislaine asked about the noise, they told him such loud blasts were completely normal during magical research. As the man threw open the door, thick smoke poured out of the room, sending him into an instant rage. Watch closely, here he mocks her, claiming she cannot even use basic magic but still demands a researcher position. The mage simply could not understand how anyone could accept a girl like her into their ranks. Gasping for air, she argued she had every right to visit the lab. But when he heard she claimed to be a mage, he just sneered at her. He told her she should easily cast protective spells, then challenging her to block his incoming magical attack. Seeing the deadly spell, the poor girl froze in absolute terror. Desperate, she reached out her hand to cast a shield, but nothing happened, and panic completely took over her mind. Right then, with a lightning-fast swing of his sword, Gislan stepped in and deflected the attack. The mage stared in pure shock. Disgusted by their behavior, Gislan coldly asked if this dangerous nonsense was how they conducted research. The master of the tower was shocked to hear they were running completely out of runes. Furious, he yelled that this would only widen the gap with the Crimson Tower, reminding them he already ordered backup stones. The mage whispered that whenever money was allocated, it somehow always ended up being spent on lavish entertainment and luxury. Another mage pointed out that the rival lord of that tower had already reached the 7th circle. Meanwhile, their own leader was barely at the 6th, though the bishop strictly forbade anyone from mentioning it. See you, and I know why he is furious. His rival bought up every single magic stone around. Right at that moment, the panicked sales manager suddenly burst into the room. Though the bishop was angry at the interruption, the manager blurted out that a massive cargo of magic stones had just arrived. Everyone in the room was left absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, the hostile mage tried attacking Gislan, but our hero did not care at all, effortlessly deflecting every single spell thrown his way. Even when a massive torrent of fire was launched at him, Gislan casually brushed it aside with absolute ease. The onlookers watched totally mesmerized by his skills. But suddenly, a strange force began wrapping around him, sneaking up unnoticed. Belinda had slipped behind the mage and demanded how he dared to attack her master. Just then, the bishop arrived on the scene, demanding to know what kind of chaos they had caused. He saw his own student tied up by an outsider, while another guest held a drawn sword. Vanessa looked quite alarmed at his arrival, so Gislan told Belinda to release the man, who was instantly overjoyed to see his master. He ran to his master, whining about being attacked and shaking as he claimed fragile Vanessa had no business in a dangerous lab. Belinda mocked him as a whiny baby, while Vanessa firmly insisted that she required a proper lab. Gisnan watched silently for now. It turns out Vanessa was a force to be reckoned with. Giselin was surprised such a powerful girl had faced such hardships, while the Tower Lord grew completely furious. They had trespassed in his tower, but Belinda asked what they were supposed to do after being threatened first. Gisnan apologized to the Lord for his late greeting, formally introducing himself as the true heir of Purdium. He added that his goal was to sell them premium stones, leaving the bishop utterly stunned by the sudden offer. The whining student was equally shocked to hear Gislin was there specifically to sell magic stones. That is where we leave it today as they head out to check the cargo. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive into a crazy scene where these mages are completely stunned by an impossible mountain of magic stones. They ask what to do with such cargo. With a huge grin, the Lord declared, this was a gift from heaven. After all, with this hoard, they could finally crush the Crimson Tower once and for all. Or so he thought, because he immediately turned around and claimed the stock was low, and the quality was absolutely terrible. Kaur was absolutely furious that his goods were being insulted. Vanessa pointed out that even one carriage would last them weeks, but the Lord barked at her to shut up, mocking her for always making things difficult. Gislan simply watched as the ruler turned to his maids, asking if they backed his low opinion of the stones. The maids quickly agreed, claiming that upon closer inspection, the magic stones looked cheap and second-rate. Belinda was outraged by their lies, shouting that they had gone through pure hell to secure those precious stones. But the mage sneered back, asking why they should care how difficult it was to harvest them. Gislen coolly assumed they wouldn't buy anything then. Now pay attention here. The Lord exchanged quick looks with his mages, who immediately backtracked to buy the entire lot. The Lord grandly claimed he was feeling generous enough to take everything, but Gislen cut him off without a shred of hesitation. He ordered Kor to unload only a single carriage, adding that they never intended to sell more than one cart anyway. This sudden shift left the greedy mage in a highly awkward spot. Kaur laughed, playing along by saying he completely forgot and ordered his men to start packing up the rest. As the Lord fumed with rage, Gislen calmly blamed the whole situation on a tiny misunderstanding by his subordinate. He explained they only stopped by to make some quick travel money. Hearing this, the ruler let out a dry chuckle, and just like that they sat down to negotiate. The Lord proudly introduced him to the powerful tower elders. Every single one of them had reached the 5th circle. Gislen noted that was impressive, expecting nothing less from the North's 2nd tower. The Lord assumed Gislen had heard wild rumors about them, claiming those whispers were entirely false. Belinda couldn't understand why he was provoking the man again. The bishop decided to cut straight to the point and talk money. That's when Gislen raised 2 fingers, demanding double the market price. The mages were furious, muttering that this kid clearly knew nothing. Even the Lord warned him that this was absolutely the wrong way to negotiate. But Gislen retorted that this grand tower itself was easily worth the double price. Once again, the mages erupted in pure outrage over this guy's utter cheek. The Lord spoke calmly to the boy, treating him like an impulsive youth. Gislen just listened quietly, offering nothing but silence. The bishop chimed in, saying because the boy was so young, they were willing to overlook his foolish mistakes. When they offered to pay slightly above market value, Gislen shrugged, saying he lost interest and they would simply walk away. Let's pause here. He actually turned away, leaving the Lord scrambling to stop him. Hearing the log stuttering nervously, Gislen let out a mock chuckle, while his companions watched the show unfold from the sidelines. In the end, the desperate bishop finally agreed to pay double the original price. Gislen smiled but firmly repeated it was only for one carriage. The bishop insisted they buy it all since they didn't bring everything for nothing. Gislen countered that the Crimson Tower would gladly pay triple, making a trip over there far more profitable for his pockets. The Lord growled that Gislen was pushing his patience to the absolute limit. Gislen simply turned to leave again. Horrified, the Lord screamed he'd pay triple, which put a smug smile on Gislen's face. He was thrilled they finally came to an understanding. The Lord barked at him to wait right there while he fetched the funds. Deep down, the ruler was setting, realizing a high-ranking lord like him was dancing entirely to this brat's tune. Suddenly, Gislen added, he hadn't even mentioned all his conditions. As the Lord lost his mind, Gislen coolly demanded they hand over Vanessa. Hearing this, the bishop was left completely speechless, while Gislen calmly repeated he wanted her as his own personal mage. Later that night, the men sat around a campfire, roasting meat, with one suggesting they should take matters into their own hands. The other snapped in anger, instantly silencing his companion, before suddenly asking if Gislen knew anything about her dark past. Apparently, there was an infamous incident where northern Lutania was completely burned to the ground by a single mage. And trust me, a 7th circle, Scarlet Disaster, sounds like one hell of an epic nickname. Alright, you and I are about to see how this crazy girl completely lost her mind studying mana cultivation. Even though she was already a mage, she started wreaking absolute havoc, destroying lords' houses. Hearing this, Ghislaine fell completely silent. Suddenly he realized she had actually reached the seventh circle, purely through mana cultivation, not through traditional means. It sounded tempting, so he suggested recruiting her to Claude, but it never happened because she could not control her wild magic. Yet, despite all that, she still hit the seventh circle. This time, Ghislaine was absolutely determined to recruit her. His allies thought she looked weak, but the other mages wanted to get rid of Vanessa anyway, since they saw her as totally useless. The Lord agreed, and Gisan added that they specifically needed mages of the third circle or higher. This shocked the man, and Giselle dropped a bomb. A territorial war was coming soon. Everyone in the room instantly tensed up. Ghislaine demanded Vanessa plus several third circle mages. Everyone stared in shock as the Lord was slowly consumed by absolute fury. At that exact moment, he could not tolerate such a blatant insult. Now, here is the crazy part. Raw power exploded from him, shattering windows as he fiercely asked if Ghislaine took him for a complete fool. After all, mages assigned to the tower were strictly forbidden from fighting in territorial wars. To him, Ghislaine had just insulted his entire magic tower. Despite this terrifying pressure, Ghislaine remained completely unfazed. Staring right at the Lord, he warned him he would regret it, adding that his territory held dozens of times more mana stones than they brought. The mage stood completely stunned. Ghislaine calmly claimed that this massive news had already spread throughout the north. The Lord countered that vultures seeking easy money would soon swarm them, but Ghislaine argued they needed the tower to secure their ultimate position. The Lord's eyes widened when Ghislaine offered them exclusive custom deliveries directly to his tower, adding that it was only a matter of time before the Scarlet Tower claimed its rightful spot at the very top. The Lord stared intensely at the outstretched hand, a sneer of pure disgust twisting his face. But after a brief moment of heavy calculations, he finally shook hands with Ghislaine. Immediately after, he informed Alfoy that the deal was done, telling the young man he was sending him to lead the squad for their common good. The young mage felt highly flattered by such unexpected prize. The Lord told Alfoy he desperately needed this field experience, while also secretly tasking him to ensure Ghislaine did not sell those stones to anyone else, asking for just 1 year of patience. Alfoy stood in silent hesitation. Now watch closely. He agreed, but it won't be long before he starts regretting this choice. The moment they arrived in Podium, the other mages began scanning the castle, while Alfoy kept entirely quiet. He secretly thought the place was a complete dump, but tolerated it out of respect. Alfoy introduced himself to Ghislaine, who promised there would be endless work for them. While Ghislaine looked around, Alfoy was silently seething that this country bumpkin treated him like a mere servant. Suddenly, Ghislaine turned to Alfoy and demanded to know where Vanessa was. Alfoy shrugged and said she was probably in the back with the luggage, just as a girl carrying multiple massive bags struggled into view. She looked completely exhausted from the journey, nearly collapsing before Ghislaine as she greeted him. But when Alfoy complained about her slowness, Ghislaine told her to drop everything. Alfoy snapped, telling Ghislaine to stay out of it. Before he could finish, a sudden powerful blow sent him face first straight to the ground. As Alfoy raged, Ghislaine calmly replied that Vanessa was no longer his servant, warning him that any future harassment would not be tolerated. Seeing this unfold, the girl blushed slightly in embarrassment. Alfoy was absolutely livid at being humiliated, screaming how Ghislaine dared treat a third-class mage and heir to the tower with such blatant disrespect. He believed the noble had crossed a major line and prepared for a confrontation. Ghislaine clicked his tongue in annoyance and snapped his fingers, prompting every single mercenary to instantly draw their weapons. The mages were outraged, realizing their contract meant Ghislaine could do whatever he pleased with them. Alfoy was utterly furious but found himself completely speechless. Ghislaine said if Alfoy wanted respect, he must earn it, but Alfoy winced at being called a mere backup unit. Walking away, Ghislaine ordered his men to show Alfoy exactly how things work around here. Kaur laughed, mocking Tower life, and as two massive mercenaries close in, you and I can already guess how much trouble Alfoy is in. Alright, you and I are watching Vanessa stand by totally indifferent before Ghislaine finally approached her. His words make her incredibly nervous, and she looks away, remembering she cannot even cast basic magic. Smiling gently, Ghislaine tells her to follow him, promising he will help her unlock her hidden potential. Before long, they reach the training grounds. She glances around with pure indifference. Ghislaine turns, asking how much she actually knows about magic, only to find out she has studied up to the 5th circle. Ghislaine is genuinely impressed. Vanessa stares in silence before admitting she still cannot cast a single spell. Ghislaine asks why. Sadly, it turns out her master recently passed away. She believed that is why she was expelled, leaving Ghislaine completely speechless. The 5th circle level matches a Tower Elder. Vanessa understands the theory perfectly, but her physical body simply cannot keep pace with her brilliant mind. But all her hard work was not in vain. She just needs to take a completely different path. He remembered what Cloud said about Vanessa. Cloud thought she was just crazy, but now Ghislaine wants to teach her mana cultivation. She is completely shocked, wondering why on earth she needs to cultivate. But Ghislaine says everything is connected, and honestly, you and I know she has never tried this approach. Panic hits her, and she claims that trying to cast magic this way is total madness. But Ghislaine begs her to just give it a shot, their eyes locking in that exact moment. Vanessa weighs his offer, wondering if she can actually wield magic before clenching her fist with newfound determination. She has failed at everything until now. Ghislaine recognizes those eyes from his past life filled with deep regret. She desperately craved magic, only to sink deeper into the dark abyss. But now Ghislaine knows exactly how to help, refusing to let her fall again. He wants to extend a helping hand. Ghislaine successfully transfers his own mana into Vanessa, sending a wave of warm energy spreading throughout her entire body. He warns her not to speak or she will break the flow. His mana is surging inside her, reaching every corner and refueling her core. Suddenly, the entire room is bathed in a blinding light. Geometry of the past flashes back. She remembers her master defending her, but the Lord scoffed, asking what kind of useless mage she was if she could not even cast a simple spell. The bishop believed that investing any money in Vanessa was a waste. Seeing her younger self, another painful memory of her beloved master suddenly rushes into her mind. She thought if she had been more talented, her master would never have left the tower. But her master insisted he was just traveling, telling her not to worry. He said no darkness lasts forever, promising the truth would shine one day. And that guiding light turned out to be Ghislaine. And we can finally see her master was right. Someone reached out, letting her enjoy the warm sunlight at last. Suddenly, loud noise erupts from one of the buildings. A brutal fight has broken out among some travelers inside. One guy baits his opponents and they fall for it, lunging at him with swords. But this warrior easily dodges their strikes. Reacting instantly, he grabs the first attacker, hurls him aside and completely flattens the second warrior. They are thrown back so hard they smash a massive hole right through the wall. He chuckles, boasting that he has not even had a proper chance to warm up yet. The others laugh, calling their enemies mere worms, interrupting their feast, and they all agree nothing can stop them now. Outside, another ally is fishing. They ask if his training went well, but he just coldly asks what they need. The messenger reveals there is a direct order from Desmond. Hearing this, he adjusts his helmet, getting fully ready to set off on the mission. He mutters that this place was boring anyway. Meanwhile, the grim news reaches the lands of Purdium, and Gislin's father looks incredibly somber. He received a letter stating Gislin killed Gilmore of Grey, and now they are coming for bloody revenge. He immediately orders his soldiers to assemble, absolutely outraged by this sudden false accusation. They think their enemies are trying to start a war out of nowhere, but the Lord stays calm to save face. Suddenly he hears they need the stone. The Lord is certain to vassals leak information about the changes, while others are furious at this blatant betrayal. And let us think about this. Doing right by the land can bring ruin, but Gislin surely expected this. The Night Boss, they have far more power and territory than Grad, but suddenly an unexpected visitor interrupts. Let's dive into Esoban's shocking new report. He updated everyone. Right after scaling the wall, the Lord suspected a conspiracy because the enemies appeared immediately after their declaration of war. They reported the enemy numbers and gear, but the massive power gap threw the entire room into absolute panic. Right then, Lord Purdium snapped them back to reality, stating their petty fighting was wasting precious time needed to prepare defenses. They evacuated civilians immediately, forcing him to announce that the war had officially begun. Approaching the castle, he mused that his talentless son's death was the perfect trigger to start this war. The Count of Grad admired the castle, while Purdium turned to his brother, demanding to know what was going on. But Tigrat claimed his own son had been brutally murdered on these very lands. Even worse, Purdium's own son killed him. He offered a peaceful surrender, promising there would be no bloodshed. Gislen watched silently while the other lords boiled with rage over the sudden escalation. Now look closely. Gislen knew war was inevitable, and those heavy siege weapons meant complete destruction. Suddenly he heard his father defending Gislen's son, delivering Purdium's absolute final answer. That icy tone genuinely alarmed Degrad for a second. Sam was completely awestruck by the Grand General's overwhelming presence. Degrad expected nothing less from the Wolf of the North. Turning away, he warned Purdium not to regret this. Standing near the wall, they all heard Grad's distant laughter. A knight begged for orders, but the others quickly warned them against fighting. The lords protested fiercely, but Purdium stayed silent, as absolute chaos clouded his mind. Just like that, war erupted, and the enemy was clearly ready. In that moment of panic, Gisline ordered everyone to prepare for a siege. His father stared in utter shock. Gisline warned that the enemy outnumbered them over 2 to 1 and would launch a full assault once their siege weapons were fully prepared. Gisline declared their best option was to request backup and hold the line. His father replied that even so, their next move was completely unclear. You and I both know he has a plan, as Gisline quietly laughed and whispered to his father. He didn't say a word, just staring in shock. Gisline was betting everything on turning the tables. He decided to discuss options with his team, but Gillian was already completely out of ideas. Kaor was also lost in deep thought, while Belinda simply couldn't believe this war was actually happening. That was when Ghislaine stepped up to reveal his plan. Ghislaine planned to strike the enemy supply lines before it was too late, but Belinda asked how with so many eyes watching the castle. Ghislaine then turned his attention to Kaor and Gillian. Kaor reported that, just as requested, they had already positioned hidden troops in the forest, and the special bark camouflage cloaks were completely prepared. This line explained that small camouflage units could easily execute sabotage, but admitted they didn't know the supply locations, meaning he needed Belinda to scout the area first. The girl was completely shocked by the task. Infiltrating enemy ranks was suicide, but Ghislaine had absolute faith that Belinda could pull it off. Now, only one small thing remained: playing the ultimate trump card to end this war. A few days later, the supply camp was settled in the rear, leaving the commanders very pleased with their safe position. One of them was thrilled to soon claim his share of the land. Just then, some figure silently approached the camp, arriving right on cue. Everyone noticed the heavy fog, making it impossible to see a thing. Ghislaine agreed the weather was perfect for their strike, ordering his men to show no mercy and eliminate everyone. Before the guards could even register the trap, the knights charged, cutting them down in a split second. The remaining soldiers scrambled to defend themselves, but before they could make a move, they were brutally slaughtered. Ghislaine roared again, telling them not to waste any polite formalities on their enemies. The Baron was frantically informed of the surprise attack, but he brushed it off, boasting they had 1,000 troops. Still, those hollow words did absolutely nothing to reassure the panicked messenger. Ghislaine's squad cut through the enemy with zero mercy. The guard froze in absolute terror, right before his partner was suddenly struck down. Stunned, the man collapsed to the ground, where Belinda instantly recognized him as Pablo's vassal. The terrified vassal saw her, and trust me, this whole camp is going up in flames. Alright, you and I are about to watch a traitor get exposed, as Belinda leaks Pablo's crimes, sending him to his knees begging for mercy. This scene demanded to know who bought him off, and Pablo instantly blabbed. It was Desmond desperately throwing out empty threats. That was all the proof Ghislaine needed to know Desmond sold out their entire army to Grad. Meanwhile, the traitor kept kissing up to Ghislaine, sliding off his horse with a massive grin, thanking him for a second chance. But without uttering a single word, Ghislaine sliced his head clean off. El hombre ni siquiera tuvo tiempo de entender lo que había sucedido, y Ghislaine se negó a hacer un trato con él. In his eyes, traitors deserve nothing but a swift grave. They torched the enemy base and raided their right back home. Belinda watched Ghislaine, who had just been ordered to march back to the fortress. The main assault was already underway, and hitting them from behind would completely shatter the enemy ranks. He put Kaor and Belinda on the left flank, took the right himself, and left Gillian in charge of the burning camp. Gillian took the job without hesitation, but Belinda had one crucial question: who is defending the main gate? No one understood him, but watch closely here. His silent smile meant this war was about to rewrite history forever. Back at the fortress, Lord Purdium barked orders to brace for impact. A crossbowman rushed to the ramparts to aim, but the enemy was already scaling the cold stone walls. Swarmed by enemies, the defenders fell into a brutal melee. Watching the chaos unfold, he knew their doom was already written. In Sam's mind, the North was finished. He had thought it before, but watching the siege now, Purdium had run completely out of options. Shouts rang out that the gates were buckling, but the Lord commanded them to ignore the gates and hold the walls. Escoban reported no backup was coming, since everyone else was already fighting for survival. Left completely on their own, the situation looked dire, but then a scout rushed to report to Degrad. The troops reported that their food and gear was gone, and with the convoy missing, they feared the worst had happened. Degrad was shocked that Purdium managed to locate their supply line. Black smoke rising in the distance only fueled his dark curiosity. A panicked commander asked what to do without rations, but Sam slapped him across the face, barking that food did not matter anymore. Degrad stood there, dazed, as Sam stared at the fortress, declaring that by sunset, the entire castle would belong to them. He was a battle-hardened veteran. I know what you're thinking, but with the walls holding and the main gate completely undefended, everything suddenly clicked for him. He ordered every last soldier to charge the unprotected gate, then paused to summon one of his elite warriors to his side. As Aiden stepped forward, the defenders struggled to hold the line, yet the endless enemy horde kept climbing the ramparts. Meanwhile, Purdium kept tearing through enemy soldiers until Escoban urgently shouted a warning to his lord. Massive siege towers were rolling straight toward them. To their absolute horror, the towers matched the walls perfectly. Purdium instantly ordered the catapult crews to prep for fire. Having just finished assembly, they fired desperately to stop the massive structures before they reached the battlements. The attackers watched a heavy metal projectile fly through the air, but before it could hit someone, shatter it mid-flight. Purdium was horrified. He did not recognize him immediately, but then his eyes widened. Staring closer, he could not believe his eyes. It was Sam who coldly declared that Purdium was doomed. He ordered the battering ram forward, targeting the main gate while his soldiers poured from the towers onto the battlements. Amidst the unfolding chaos, a small squad of nervous soldiers stood guard at the main gate. Nearby, the bound mages were panicking. Alfoy furiously demanded they be freed, refusing to just wait and die. But the knight ordered them to shut up. Alfoy argued that letting that ram reach the gate meant certain death. Despite his frantic yelling, Vanessa stayed completely calm, assuring him that Ghislaine would handle everything, though Alfoy still refused to believe her. The more she tried to quiet him, the more furious Alfoy became. Vanessa quietly insisted Ghislaine was trustworthy, remembering how he had personally taught her magic just a few days ago. But back then, her progress had been slow. Embarrassed, she had apologized, but Ghislaine simply smiled, took her outside, and showed her a secret. Under construction lay a buried runestone, and you and I are about to find out what crazy secret it holds. Alright, let's jump right in, as Alfoy suddenly demands to know why Ghislaine is wrapping things up. Then Gordon steps in. Vanessa is left completely confused by all this, but Ghislaine explains it is just preparation. He knows the gates will still crash down, but he still firmly believes they can win this fight. Vanessa listens and suddenly it clicks. She figures out Ghislaine is planning something crazy, and honestly, she is terrified. But Ghislaine has massive expectation for her, channeling her power into the magic circle. She leaves Alfoy wondering if this is a mana transfer spell. Hyperfocus, the mage remembers Ghislaine's words. She can do this. No, she will do this. Meanwhile, the brutal sounds of battle echo against the gate until Randolph spots a unit approaching in the distance. Oswald instantly recognizes his own son, leading this elite squad. Right then, a messenger rushes to Victor with urgent news. A mysterious unit is launching a surprise attack from two different directions. Kaur and Belinda hit one flank, while Ghislaine strikes hard from the other. Blown away by the surprise attack, the enemy tries to fight back, but their efforts against Ghislaine are useless. While they terrifiedly call him a monster, Ghislaine commands the soldiers of Purdium to rise up. Now pay attention. This is the exact moment their insane counterattack plan actually starts working. surrounding the invaders on their own turf. Simultaneously, back at the Grad's base, he vows to hold the front line, ordering Gordon and Turin to smash the flanks and break their camp. These mercenaries show that their loyalty to Ghislaine is absolutely rock solid. Left utterly speechless, the Count of Grad demands to know how they pull this off, while his knights desperately try to shield him. Gillian charges in relentlessly. Axe in hand, he yells that the enemy commander is his, and he is taking him prisoner. But sadly, one of the elite knights blocks his heavy swing. Gillian instantly realizes that this opponent is no ordinary run-of-the-mill soldier. The Lancer prizes his courage for attacking with such small numbers, demanding Gillian's name before their duel begins. The mercenary coldly replies that introductions are pointless. Meanwhile, on the west wall, she traps them with mana threats, while Kaur finishes them. Belinda. Annoyed, she asks if getting so filthy was really necessary, but he tells her to just dodge, they cannot slow down. Over on the east wall, Ghislaine tears through enemy ranks, using their panic to ensure not a single invader survives today. Can you believe this? An enemy commander is actually screaming in absolute fury because his men are running away. Lancer rushes to block Ghislaine, but he just whispers to his horse that it is time to dodge. And the beast listens, dodging every single spear with unreal supernatural agility. Stunned, the soldiers do not even see Ghislaine coming. He wraps his legs around one soldier's neck, using him as a pivot to launch a brutal spinning sweep, crushing everyone nearby, leaving them decapitated or sliced clean in half. Still, Ghislaine realizes the situation on the wall is even worse than he originally feared. At this rate, their entire defense will collapse before they can even open the gate. Even with their aggressive push, the sheer numbers of the enemy are still incredibly dangerous. Panicking, the enemy commander roars at his men to stop Ghislaine, screaming that he cannot take another single step forward. Ghislaine knows his time is running thin before the wall breaks. He has to end this now. Channeling his golden aura into his massive blade, he cleaves the first soldier instantly, brutally slashes the second, while the third never even sees that coming. Dodging a hail of arrows, Ghislaine impales the commander on his blade. Using his weapon as a hook to leap onto the wall, he meets the enemy General Victor, who is utterly shocked. Ghislaine cleared the camp solo, but the heavy gate is still holding strong. A scout reports the gates are tougher than expected, needing 10 more minutes. But Victor furiously demands they break them down in 5. Meanwhile, he will personally handle the enemy leader, threatening to execute his own soldiers if they dare to fail him. Kaur steps in saying Victor is going nowhere because the mercenary leader wants to play. Stick with me, this is getting wild. Victor is clearly a battle-hardened veteran. His first move, making his warhorse brutally kick Kaur's mount, killing it instantly and throwing the mercenary completely off balance. But the mercenary king is lightning fast, and you're about to see a legendary dodge. Still, he is completely stunned when Victor blocks every single strike with absolute pinpoint accuracy. Victor just sneers, mocking mercenaries who think they are strong. The captain's next strike does not just throw Kaur back. It literally snaps his blade in half and hits him dead on. Victor laughs. Kaur finally realizes Victor's insane strength is the real deal, just like Ghislaine warned him. Ghislaine was right. Victor is the Grad family's ultimate trump card, a monstrous warrior stronger than anyone Ghislaine has ever faced, except for Ghislaine himself. Victor is set to use his overwhelming might to shatter their wall defenses exactly as planned. But if he abandons this gate, Purdium's entire strategy completely falls apart. That's exactly why Kaur can't back down. His sole mission, keep Victor busy. Grinning defiantly, Kaur admits this is the kind of job he loves. Meanwhile, across the chaotic battlefield, Adam is so locked in his duel that he can't lead his men. Jillian is getting frustrated. There's no time to hesitate, but Adam's massive shield absorbs every single blow. He can't remember the last time he faced such an absolute fortress. Spotting, a quick opening. Adam delivers a heavy, decisive smash, pinning Jillian right to the ground with his shield. Watch this, right? At that moment, the enemies breach Purdium's gates. Vanessa has already drained the exhausted mage mana completely, claiming she only needs just a little bit more. Victor announces the gates are wide open and orders every unit to charge. He demands Count Degrat be brought to the front to take full command of the invasion, but Kaor cuts him off. Not yet. He won't let Victor walk away. The enemy captain wonders why this mercenary leader would throw his life away for nothing when the defeat is already guaranteed. Meanwhile, Adam tells Jillian that the gates are broken and they've already lost this war. He admits that sneak attack caught them off guard, but the final outcome is still going to be the same. Purdium's biggest mistake was believing cheap mercenaries could somehow bridge the massive power gap against elite-trained royal knights. But both Victor and Adam heavily underestimated these sellswords. Kaor pulls himself up, declaring it doesn't matter if they are mercenaries or proud knights. Jillian finishes his sentence, spitting out that the only thing that actually matters in war is victory or death. Adam scoffs that there's no point talking to a wild beast, but as Jillian lunges, throwing Adam's spear to the ground, Adam is left in shock, desperately blocking a brutal axe strike that threatens to split him in two, asking how he can call himself just a mercenary. Jillian fires back that no matter how perfect the defense is, a loophole always exists. He lives only to be the young master's blade, and honestly, you have to respect that loyalty. Meanwhile, Kaor reflects on Victor's terrifying monstrous strength. He absolutely cannot afford to die here. He recalls a past conversation with Ghislaine, asking how the young master had won that crazy bet. Ghislaine had taught him that the most critical thing isn't the physical move itself, but reading what your opponent is thinking at that exact millisecond. You have to anticipate how the enemy expects you to move. Victor remarks that Kaor fights like a brainless wild animal, but Ghislaine knew the enemy would always underestimate him. Right then, Kaor's wild movements shift, becoming as utterly unpredictable as a throwing dagger in midair. Victor scoffs, saying, "Fools like Kaor think they have nothing to lose," making them take incredibly reckless risks, which usually ends in death. But staring death right in the face, you can win if you hide your true intent until the perfect moment. And that's exactly what Kaor did. He grabs Victor's arm, using the heavy armor's weight as leverage, rather than striking blindly. Victor realizes that using his sword to gain momentum midair was completely and utterly unexpected. Even in such a desperate corner, this mercenary managed to cook up a strategy. Only someone prepared to die could pull that off. The enemy captain admits Kaor isn't just a beast, the Keep has real talent. It's common to break your limits when facing life or death. Victor regrets meeting him so briefly, admitting he completely misjudged him, before offering him the right to some final words. Grinning Kaor prepares for the end. Suddenly, Belinda launches her threats, almost hitting Victor, and dragging Kaor away from the captain's lethal range. All of this was to buy time, and they successfully did it. Victor realizes the attack was a setup. Without that woman, Kaor wouldn't throw his life away without a much bigger motive. A bigger plan is in motion. Don't go anywhere. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a moment where Victor realized that a split-second delay meant disaster, with Vanessa channeling insane power. Vanessa had a simple plan laid out by Ghislaine. Once the enemies swarmed through the main gate, she would completely flip the battlefield on its head using her devastating magic. She had doubted if she could pull it off, but Ghislaine told her he had absolute faith in her. Her magic circle overflowed with so much mana that even before the impact, a colossal firestorm incinerated the entrance, wiping out everyone outside the castle walls. The sight on the horizon was both utterly terrifying and breathtaking. Surviving soldiers scrambled desperately, trying to outrun their impending death, only to be charred alive. Ghislaine cut off any escapees, ordering his force to tightly seal off the gateway. Not a single invader would leave this place alive. Watching the roaring flames, Victor saw his army being burned to ashes. To the captain, this was absolutely infuriating. They had spent years meticulously planning this invasion, predicting every single escape route out of Purdium. Yet a ragtag group, one random mercenary and a single mage burning down hundreds of his men had ruined everything. Now watch closely. Victor realized this was no coincidence. They had walked right into a trap. He ordered a retreat to regroup, thinking it would be easy to reorganize outside the forest. But when he looked for Adam, he saw Gillian holding his subordinate's severed head. The mercenary boldly announced they had already crushed Adam's base, and troops mockingly telling Victor it was time to surrender. But Victor refused to let this war end in such a pathetic way. He swore he would tear off Gillian's head next. This fight had just become deeply personal. Meanwhile, Purdium's forces launched a brutal counterattack, blocking Degrad's retreating army. Jason declared this was their moment to turn the tide. Just then, Belinda appeared. Jason asked if he was okay, and a quick thumbs up from the mercenary proved he survived. Belinda joked that any longer and he would have been dead, admitting she originally thought this crazy plan was suicide. But Ghislaine calmly pointed out that it worked. Belinda swore she would never pull a stunt like this again, noting they only survived thanks to those stockpile crystals. Hearing a question about Ghislaine's whereabouts, the young master immediately rushed off, realizing Ghislaine was already fighting Victor alone. Victor's strikes were incredibly heavy. Without a doubt, he was the enemy's ultimate powerhouse, blending raw strength with insane speed. A single slash sliced Gillian's shoulder. The mercenary admitted he was outclassed completely, unable to find an opening, while Victor mocked him as a pathetic sellsword. Effortlessly, Victor locked his blade into Gillian's heavy axe. The very next strike would end this battle. You and I both thought it was over, but even after being skewered, Gillian barely deflected the fatal blow. Victor respected his grit now, understanding how he managed to kill Adam. No one had survived his onslaught this long. But Victor mocked Gillian for wasting all his energy on Adam just to face him now. He declared that since Adam died by the mercenary's hand, it was now Gillian's turn to feed the crows. Suddenly, Victor's final devastating blow was violently cut short by a massive greatsword flying straight at him. It was Ghislaine. Gillian felt a wave of relief for holding out long enough for his master to arrive. Ghislaine grabbed the fallen axe as Victor instantly recognized the boy's distinct black armor. Activating his insane mana overload, Ghislaine charged forward like an absolute beast unleashed. His strike nearly shattered Victor's guard. Barely recovering, they clashed in a dizzying exchange of high-speed blows. Ghislaine even blocked Victor's aerial strike. Caught completely off guard, Victor realized that at this rate he was dead. Victor had no idea such monstrous talent even existed in Purdium. But Ghislaine revealed he knew everything about him. His strength, his tactics, and even his secret elite division. Realizing he was completely cornered, Victor did the only thing left. He threw everything into one final strike, unable to believe a Purdium kid knew all his secrets. As Ghislaine swung his heavy axe, dodging a razor-sharp counter to his neck, it became a little dance. Ghislaine's sudden kick sent Victor stumbling. Stepping closer, Ghislaine calmly noted that while the axe was nice, he was far better suited for it. Victor growled, asking who the hell he was. The boy simply introduced himself as the next in line for per diem, leaving Victor to scoff in total disbelief. Watch as a legendary northern knight gets utterly dominated by a mere brat. Alright, you and I are about to watch Ghislaine prove who the true top knight of the north is. Victor took the bait completely, ignoring how this kid orchestrated everything. In war, you use every dirty trick to win. The only thing that actually matters is being the last one standing. He channeled every single ounce of aura left in his body. Jason gave a firm nod. Then he activated his next mana core and surged forward for one final devastating strike. While the Purbium family reclaimed their land, the ultimate showdown erupted amidst roaring flames. Their swords clashed with furious bone-shattering intensity. Victor's technique was flawless and precise, but Ghislaine was faster, far more agile and packed with dirty tricks. Leaping right onto his opponent's heavy armor, Ghislaine delivered a brutal crushing kick to Victor's face, slamming him straight to the dirt. The captain still managed to land a minor scratch on Ghislaine, but the young heir slipped away. This was a battle of pure brain versus brawn, and honestly, if winning only came down to sheer willpower, Victor never stood a single chance. Ghislaine grabbed him by the throat and threw him aside, giving him zero room to breathe, even throwing sand directly into his eyes. Remember, in his past life, Victor was the exact same guy who had stabbed him. In that previous timeline, Ghislaine eventually killed him after countless brutal duels, but it took too long, allowing other enemies to rise and completely wipe out the Purdium family. This time, his resolve was absolute. Now watch closely. Anyone threatening his family gets one thing: death. With a sudden thrust, his blade pierces Victor. Gasping for his absolute final breath, the captain could only choke out one question: who on earth was this kid? Ghislaine coldly replied that the pathetic version of him Victor expected was just human trash, and that weakling was long gone. He casually admitted the fight was fun. At last, the Purdium family stood victorious. Ghislaine and Gilliam limped back heavily wounded but still breathing. The crowd watched with bated breath. The moment Ghislaine asked if everyone survived, his men rushed over, cheering for his masterful leadership. They had never witnessed a battle like this. Ghislaine warmly thanked them for their support, Ortiz asking if old Gilliam was whining to the captain over a tiny scratch, but the tough mercenary granted that it was nothing. Belinda sharply pointed out they were bleeding heavily. She explained that Vanessa had collapsed from sheer exhaustion, just like all the other mages. Randolph threw his arms around Ghislaine, but the young man's eyes were searching for his father. Lord Purbium silently stepped forward and pulled his son into a tight hug, telling him he did an amazing job. He confessed that when he first heard the insane plan, he thought it was completely absurd. But it worked, and that is what mattered. I know what you are thinking, he is too humble. Ghislaine credited his dad for holding the walls, but Lord Purdium insisted it was all him. Hoisting Ghislaine's arm high into the air, he declared the Purdium victory, triggering a massive roaring celebration. But despite the cheers, Ghislaine knew this single battle was won, but the war was far from over. Desmond had to fall. When Randolph asked about their next move, Lord Purdium ordered Ghislaine to rally his troops, warning them they had heavy work ahead. But for now, it was time to rest, except Ghislaine flatly refused. They had zero time to waste. They needed the Count of Grad to sign a formal surrender immediately. He offered to march his mercenaries to the Count's land right away, asking his father to grant him temporary lordly authority. Lord Purdium argued the battle just ended and everyone was exhausted, so there was absolutely no need to rush into this. But Gislen fiercely insisted the war was not over yet. The Count of Grad was the one who broke ties and started this. Giving the enemy time to breathe meant they would just strike back. Lord Purdium paused, realizing his son was right. He authorized the departure but reminded Gislen that the Count was once a close ally, urging him to show at least some basic courtesy. Gislen simply smirked, telling him not to worry about that. He asked if Kaur and Belinda could still march, and the moment they nodded, he ordered them to move out. They rode at top speed toward the Grab territory, where a white flag was already hoisted. The Count of Grad wondered in utter disbelief how this had actually happened. They had secretly planned everything with Desmond's backing, yet still lost to those wretched Purdiums. He ordered his servant to prepare for negotiations, planning to offer some heavy compensation. He believed that Lord Purdium, being a foolishly honorable man, would accept easily, buying them time to escape this crisis and dump all the blame on Desmond. His aide asked where they would find the money after wasting so much on the war. Furious, the Count grabbed his throat, reminding him they just needed to squeeze the peasants dry. And trust me, you and I can't wait to see this arrogant fool get absolutely destroyed next. Let's dive in. A furious Count slams his servant down, screaming commands. The terrified servant, working under brutal conditions, feared an internal rebellion. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in with terrible news. Purdium forces were already on their land, fully prepared to negotiate. The Count realized they arrived too quickly, ruining his master plan, though he still expected to deal with their lord. But when Gislen walked in asking if they were ready to surrender, the Count demanded to know why his father was missing. Gislen coldly replied that his father was busy rebuilding everything the Count had ruthlessly destroyed. Therefore, he had come as a temporary proxy lord to handle negotiations. Hours earlier, Kaur mocked the fat Count of Degrad for running home like a rat, questioning what leader abandons his own people. Gislen planned to verify those exact details with Yilan later on. Kaur asked if they would actually let the Count survive this negotiation. Gislen explained that even though the Count of Degrad tried to wipe out Purdium, simply killing him could put them in a tight spot, especially since the war started over his son's death. Now watch closely. Cougar complained that this was too complicated, suggesting they just attack and conquer. Belinda snapped back that mercenaries are not nobles, and fight-first tactics do not solve everything. She argued they are all human, so why should nobles get special treatment? Back on the field, Gislen told them not to worry, he was just quoting his father, and Degrad belonged to him. Back in the present, Gislen ordered his men to drag the Count out of his sight immediately. The noble was hauled away, kicking and screaming, shouting to get their filthy hands off him. Belinda asked if they could really do that, and Gislen confirmed it. The Count screamed in protest, but Gislen threatened him with a cold blade, calling him a greedy traitor, and promising that to Purdium's enemies. Gislen declared that since the Count risked so many lives in this war, he should risk his own. Realizing this crazy kid would actually kill him, the desperate Count begged him to stop offering his land as compensation. You saw that shock too, right? Gislen knew the Count valued his life over land. But by law, inheriting land required blood relations to the current owner. It was not something easily handed over. The Count quickly promised to fix this, suggesting they fabricate a story that Gislen was a distant nephew. He screamed at his subordinate to bring paper and ink this instant. The Count kept begging for mercy, offering massive gold payouts if Gislen would only spare his pathetic life. Ghislaine asked if his life was truly precious enough to justify banishing him from his own territory. The citizens of Degrad watched in utter confusion as their count was thrown into the dirt, complaining about filthy commoners. Ghislaine warned him to watch his mouth, since his very survival now depended on those same people. Then Ghislaine turned and made a grand announcement to the crowd. Introducing himself as Ghislaine Perdium, he explained that the Count started a war over his son's death but lost. Now the Count wanted to pay his war debts using the people's hard-earned savings. Ghislaine asked if anyone wanted to help. The citizens shouted an angry no, yelling that too much had been stolen and the noble could fend for himself. Representing Perdium, Ghislaine told the crowd they could save the Count by paying his debts. The Count shrieked at their insolence, but the mob began pelting him with stones, screaming that he stole bread from children. Endless suffering had been inflicted by his hand, and the Count was quickly lynched by his former subjects. With that, Ghislaine declared that the war was finally over. He spoke of his father to Belinda, who knew he had other plans. Later, at Perdium Castle, Lord Perdium was shocked to hear the Count was dead. His father asked if he had forgotten the order to show respect. Ghislaine replied that he adapted to the situation, warning that if given any chance, the Count would have struck back. Degrad attacked Perdium with 7,000 men, a massive force that obviously did not belong to him alone. Desmond supplied the army and Leopold helped lead them, though those present insisted such a thing was impossible. Homer asked if it was for that reason, while Ghislaine suspected they kept quiet by killing messengers. And that's where we leave it, with Degrad captured. The story has changed. No direct line exists to Perdium anymore. Get ready, because you and I are about to see Ghislaine pull off the ultimate land grab. Ghislaine simply pointed to the official document he had acquired. It proved he was a distant nephew and sole heir of Degrad, completely wiping out any legal issues with taking over. Perdium warned that governing is no joke, questioning if Ghislaine could actually handle their current limited resources. His son smiled, telling him not to worry, since he already had the perfect guy in mind. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Seren, we see a shady guy trying to cheat at a dice game. His opponent growled, asking if he knew what happens to cheaters, but Claude casually told him to relax, since they were just having fun. Later, during a grand ceremony, Lord Perdium recognized his incredible achievements and officially named him the new Baron of Fenris. Everyone cheered, shouting, "Long live the Baron!" Just moments earlier, Ghislaine had pointed out on the map that the entire county consisted of 5 separate baronies. He planned to position himself right in the center, and Lord Perdium, deeply impressed, let him do whatever he wanted. He mentioned the territory was struggling financially after the war, so he was planning to sell off magic crystals. Ghislaine warned that they were all gone after exploding at the gate, but promised he would secure more. With the title official, Belinda suggested a celebration, while Gillian congratulated his young master, quickly correcting himself to say Baron. Kao remarked that the boy was really growing. Belinda recalled wondering about his future, proud of how well he turned out, though Kao joked that just made him spoiled. Belinda cheered for the awesome title, right as Elena showed up carrying someone, declaring she would now call him Lord Ghislaine. No more brotherly titles then. Brushing off the formality, Ghislaine noticed she was holding Rachel and asked how the little girl was doing. Rachel spoke without any filter, and Ghislaine jokingly told her to just hit Elena if she ever bothered her. Ghislaine told Gillian his daughter looked much healthier, before suddenly turning to gather everyone's attention. He announced that their main base would no longer be in Purdium. They were no longer simple mercenaries, but a proper army, training to be knights, a rank they fully earned with their incredible courage. Belinda worried about the high cost, but watched closely. Ghislaine explained that is exactly why they must push harder. He announced that a fully recovered Gillian would lead the Fenris forces, leaving Gillian to ask if his master wasn't joining them. Ghislaine replied, "Not yet. I need to make a quick stop somewhere else first." With the war over, local security had taken a massive hit, and he planned to handle the situation personally. He openly declared that Gillian was the man he trusted the most. While Gillian stood there deeply moved, Ghislaine revealed that Belinda and Coward would accompany him to Austin in the Siren Kingdom. Belinda was thrilled about visiting another kingdom, while Coward asked if the place was famous for gambling, hoping they could play a little. Ghislaine immediately shut down their excitement, warning them this was definitely not a vacation. Meanwhile, Vanessa was begging Alfoy for just a bit more mana to test spells while the wizard desperately refused. "I know what you're thinking," but Vanessa insisted. Her master called him a literal human mana battery. Ghislaine showed up, chuckling at their noisy morning banter. Alfoy begged for help, complaining that Vanessa was draining his life force, but Ghislaine only ignored him, asking if she was okay after her first battle. Outraged, Alfoy demanded to know if he was just being ignored. Ghislaine actually praised him, saying it was nice to see him working hard, though Alfoy just grumbled about wanting to go back home. Ghislaine casually suggested he tag along on their upcoming journey. Later, inside the crowded Austin casino, Alfoy asked if they should be heading to the Magic Tower instead, but Ghislaine simply told him to loosen up. Kaor smirked, teasing the wizard that while he knew complex magic, he clearly had no idea how the real world actually worked. Could they use this money to make even more? Belinda asked if Ghislaine was there to gamble too, but he shook his head, explaining he was there to recruit a new ally. He explained their target practically lived in this casino due to some messy situation, and he had to get him out before things got ugly. Belinda found it completely bizarre to recruit someone in a casino. Ghislaine replied he did not have many choices, assuring her the guy was not all bad. His name was Claude. Suddenly, screams erupted, accusing Claude of cheating. And trust me, you and I do not want to see what happens to his hand next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a tense scene where this bold boss accuses Claude of swapping dice to scam regulars. Claude immediately denies it, claiming he never touched their dice, and that calling him a cheater is just making him look ridiculous. The bald boss snapped back that it doesn't matter, telling him not to get offended, since they are just on different levels. But suddenly, a hand reaches out, stopping Claude's hand from being brutally chopped off. It was Ghislaine, casually declaring that this game looked interesting and he wanted in. Introducing himself as Ghislaine of the Kingdom of Ludania, Baron of Fenris. The bold boss immediately questions why a foreign noble is here. His guards rush forward, but the boss barks at them to stop right there. He then asks why a noble would grace such a filthy place with his presence. Ghislaine replies he was looking for someone right here, then orders Cloud to stand up, because he is taking him home. Meanwhile, Kaur and Alfoy are deep in their game with the mage racking up 1000 points. The entire table's luck is on their side. Kaur is completely blown away by Alfoy's unbelievable gift. Alfoy realizes he could make this much money selling scrolls all day. His heart is pounding faster than ever before. But pay attention here, because a massive commotion breaks out upstairs, making Belinda ask if that's the guy they came for. The boss replies that taking him won't be easy. Every player here is sacred, so the man must pay his debts. Giselle asks Cloud if he really cheated, and Cloud quickly seizes the chance to apologize profusely to the Baron. He explains they check constantly, yet right as he was winning, a rigged die mysteriously appeared and they blame him. Belinda is furious while Gislan asks if this is true. The bold boss snaps that their relationship doesn't matter, asking why anyone would trust the word of a known cheater. He warns that even as a noble, Gislan could cause a major diplomatic incident. He suggests Gislan pretend he saw nothing and just walk away. Gisane flatly refuses, proposing they settle everything with a simple deal instead. They will play. If Gislan wins, he gets his money and Cloud back. If he loses, everyone is stunned. Belinda gasps, asking if he has lost his mind while Cloud thanks him. Gislan insists he needs him no matter the cost. The boss comments that he hasn't seen such a brave noble in centuries and eagerly accepts the challenge. You and I can feel the tension choking the room as whispers spread like wildfire. In this casino, everyone has to play. A noble is taking on the boss. The rules are simple. Whoever rolls the lowest number wins. A tie means they re-roll until a victor emerges. They all knew modern nobles absolutely hated complicated things. Gisnan agrees. He chooses heads, but Crank wins the toss and rolls first, putting on a ridiculously dramatic theatrical show. He finally drops the cup, revealing a roll of exactly 1 point. It is physically impossible to roll lower than 1. The crowd immediately whispers that the rich noble has already lost. Belinda and Claude look completely horrified. Crank sneers, bragging that luck is on his side, but Ghislaine shuts him up instantly. Crank is convinced it is all just a bluff. The noble can hide his panic all he wants, but he must be sweating bullets, because any move is useless. Of course, Crank cheated. He used a trick cup with a secret opening at the bottom, letting him easily slip in a rigged die. The theatrical sacking was just a distraction to swap the dice. He has never been caught and he will never lose. But right then, Ghislaine channels massive force using his powerful aura to directly manipulate the die. He casually asks if the lowest number wins, right? Then he completely crushes the die, turning it into fine dust. Crank asks in disbelief what just happened, while the shocked crowd mutters about him literally grinding a die to dust. The manager screams, "Cheater!" but Ghislaine grabs his hand, demanding to see what he is hiding. It is the rigged die. Jason sarcastically reminds him that games are sacred here, and cheating will absolutely not be tolerated. The manager panics, wondering how he knew, and launches a desperate attack. But the noble easily dodges, saying he should have been honest. Gislan spits on Crank's hypocrisy. Losing his mind, the furious manager rants that this noble just arrived and is already causing trouble, swearing he won't live alive. When guards charge in, Gislan doesn't even break a sweat. He uses the enemies as stepping stones to reach Crank, instantly pinning a sword to his neck. With boss Crank defeated, Coward notes they should pick their fights better. And that's where we leave it. Ghislaine declares that by agreement, Crank, manager of Baron Austin's casino, is now. So our guy got caught trying to scam a foreign noble. A casino losing its reputation is as good as death. If they tried to fight back, they would get slaughtered. But right as Ghislaine went to make an example of them, he realized Claude had already vanished. Belinda was absolutely furious. The guy did not just run, he swiped all the cash, even after they saved his arm. Kaur figured the runaway gambler would probably go hide inside another shady casino. Belinda wanted to sweep the area, but Ghislaine stopped her. He knew exactly where Claude was heading. Claude caught his breath, wondering who that noble was and why he helped him, but he did not care. He finally had the cash and needed to move. He desperately needed every single coin. A year ago, he told Anna he had figured out that gambling was never actually about luck. She begged him to stop reminding him how his master died. But Cloud insisted the tragedy was entirely his fault. His own foolish weakness had branded his master a traitor. Because of that, Anna Arceus was taken hostage as collateral. Now pay attention here. Claude had exactly 1 year to raise 2,000 gold coins and rescue her. Now Claude was on his way with the ransom. Meanwhile, at Austin Castle, the miserable Baron was throwing a tantrum, ordering his guards to execute every single prisoner in the overcrowded dungeons. A knight quietly reminded him that a year had almost passed since they locked up the traitor's daughter, asking if Claude had returned. The Baron laughed, saying Claude was just wasting his time losing at casinos, and that Crank had the situation completely under control. He sneered that if she were not a traitor's kid, he would keep her as a maid, but his conscience would not allow it, so she dies with the rest. The knight asked what they would do if the scoundrel actually brought the ransom. The Baron smirked, deciding they would take the gold and eliminate her quietly. Who is going to care about a dead gambler anyway? Right on cue, a messenger announced Cloud had arrived with the ransom money. Cloud slammed 2,000 gold coins onto the table, demanding they release Anna immediately as they had agreed. The Baron confirmed the gold was real, but Cloud realized he was walking into a trap. The corrupt Baron immediately ordered his arrest on faith charges, and the guards pinned him down. The Baron sneered that he would double-check with Crank, telling Cloud to rot in a cell or face execution. Furious, Cloud screamed that he would tear the bastard apart. Suddenly, someone burst in, flattening 2 guards. It was Ghislaine Purdium, Baron of Fenris, dragging a beaten Crank behind him. Ghislaine casually sat down, kicking his feet onto the table, causing an outraged knight to demand respect for the Baron. Cherven drew his sword, asking if they wanted to die. The Baron refused to tolerate this, but Ghislaine replied he was just here for compensation. He grabbed Crank's chin, explaining the idiot almost made them lose their entire fortune in a rigged game. Crank whined that they were the ones cheating, but Belinda laughed, mocking the bold liar. You and I both know Crank is an idiot, but the Baron wanted to know what Ghislaine wanted. The noble replied that the Baron of Austin owed both him and Claude massive compensation. The Baron refused to take blame, but Ghislaine replied that this absolutely concerned him. He threatened to expose the rigged games, asking how the Baron would handle outraged noble players. The Baron realized he was being blackmailed. Ghislaine demanded double the gold on the table, leaving Claude completely stunned. Ghislaine promised to forget the whole thing if the Baron paid up. The Baron spat at Claude, calling him an ungrateful rat for bringing foreigners to rob him. Kaor chuckled as the show started. Belinda joked it seemed planned, while Ghislaine borrowed her dagger. The Baron threatened to execute everyone to hide the incident, but Ghislaine was lightning fast. He smashed the Baron's face with a heavy money bag. Kaur and Belinda swept the guards as Ghislaine ordered non-lethal takedowns. In mere moments, the elite knights were totally wrecked. Ghislaine knocked out the Baron's personal guard with a clean neck strike. Watching the chaos, Claude wondered who these crazy people were. He remembered Ghislaine saying he needed him, but he knew real kindness never came for free. The bruised Baron roared, asking how they dared attack a noble. Ghislaine reclaimed the gold and freed Anna. Claude joined the fun, warning the Baron not to cause trouble. Trust me, you and I know this is far from over. Let's dive in. Claude admitted he actually did have them, but he figured she would find more peace back home than beside him, the very man who caused her father's tragic death. Ghislaine believed their past life debt was fully settled, leaving him free. so he asked Claude what he thought of the area. Claude sneered that he would gladly slit the throat of this landlord, calling the barony a total trash heap ripe for taking. Gislan raised an eyebrow, asking if he should slit his own throat then. Shocked, Claude asked if he was truly the lord. Gislan grabbed his collar, warning him to pay up by fixing this entire place. Claude tried to backpedal, but Gislan said it was already too late. Meanwhile, watching Gislan's plan succeed, a furious Desmond immediately ordered a letter sent to Emilia, demanding they speed up their dark schemes. Later at Fenris Castle, the entire crew gathered to finally get to work, but the newly liberated domain was a total absolute disaster. Now watch closely. Gislan dumped endless paperwork on Claude, who doubted they could ever grow crops in this parched wasteland. Gislan confirmed it, explaining they would use blood python bones as fertilizer, renovate the old facilities, and construct massive crystal warehouses. Claude asked if he was joking, making him administrator, supervisor, and secretary. He whined about the crushing workload, but Gislan told him to step up and just hire more people if he needed help. Claude tried to make a run for it, but Wendy, sent by the housekeeper, quickly bound him with sharp threats. Now she was officially his personal guard. Claude begged for mercy, reminding him that in their past life, nobles had a duty to protect their people. Unfortunately, the peasants' deep distrust was bred by generations of greedy nobles. Gislan needed to secure the basics first, but they were dirt poor. At this rate, they could not even pay salaries in 3 months. Claude suggested selling valuable hunstones, but Gislan refused, explaining they needed them to fund crucial research. They needed sustainable income. And you love this. Belinda told Wendy to beat Claude first before he babbled. Claude insisted farming was impossible, an opinion backed by Alfoy, but Gislan told them they would worry about that later. Gislan explained that building a casino without a stable foundation would doom their future fight against Desmond. Claude argued they would starve first, but Gislan guaranteed he would solve the food crisis by making crops grow right here. Claude remained skeptical of the barren soil, prompting Gislan to boldly propose a high-stakes bet. 3 months later, a massive wheat field appeared, feeding everyone. A stunned Claude asked how he pulled it off. Gislan explained. They had scattered nutrient-rich blood python bone powder and planted special rye fortified with mana concentration seals, drawing raw energy from runestones to massively accelerate their growth. It was a genius method used by future mages. As the peasants celebrated, Gislan prepared to collect his bet from Claude and Alfoy. Winning would have earned them 5,000 gold and total freedom. But since they lost 10 years of unpaid hard labor, they knew they were utterly doomed. With food finally secured, Gislan could redirect the runestones toward other vital projects. Gislan discussed defenses with Rupert from the Magic Tower, arguing they must prepare for another attack. While Rupert wondered why he always thought so extremely, Gislan requested more mages to establish their local branch. They put the mages to work, digging canals, excavating housing, and building the Fenris branch of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. Though recovering quickly from its rebellious state, Fenris was about to face a massive unexpected twist, warned by Claude. Emilia had officially begun preparations for war. Gislan realized things were moving faster because of his early intervention. With Desmond and Emilia acting as puppets for the Duke of the End, his war was far from over. What did you and I think of this crazy story? Drop a comment rating it from 0 to 10. I really want to know.